You know what? I worked my cars got a minute, so. Josh.
The street side and on this side, so it's like right in my picture. So my problem this way.
All right. All right, good evening. We're going to start the meeting at 7 o'clock.
There's a grass there.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. The Town of Bay Harbor Island's regular council meeting is 7:01 p.m. If we could all rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. Jordana, come on up.
Thank you.
Ready? Here, push the mic.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right. I don't have here the roll call, but I'm sure we're going to do it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Yaffe?
Here.
Councilmember Sauer?
Here.
Councilmember Reed? Here. Councilmember Morano? Here. Councilmember Fuller?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bruder?
Here.
Mayor Leonard?
Here.
All present.
Great. All right, Mr. Manager, request for withdrawals, deferments, future agenda items. Start with you.
I would ask the council if I could withdraw item number 11. It's come to my attention that, and from some residents, that this ordinance might indirectly or have any unintended consequence. So I'd like some more time to study it and bring it back to you, maybe to take that into consideration at this time. So I'd ask for that deferral.
Okay, without objection. Okay. Does anything else from members of the council?
Yeah, Article 4, 3A and B.
Well, when we get to the consent.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Any other for withdrawals, deferments, future agenda items? All right, hearing none, council reports. We'll start with you, Council Member Fuller.
Just welcome back to everybody. I hope everybody's having a good summer. Just remind everybody school's going to be starting soon. Please be careful. I just want to say I attended 2 different times the Florida League of Cities legislative committees, and several of us are going up this week for the conference for the Florida League of Cities, and I hope to see everybody there.
Bob?
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Happy August. Getting ready for school. I also attended some of the Florida League of Cities meetings. We'll be in Orlando later this week. I also attended the part of the Miami-Dade League of Cities meeting the other night. And, one good thing about the meeting that they have in August is they encourage everybody to bring backpacks and lunch boxes and so forth to support some of the children going back to school. So it was a good event.
Well, also, welcome back. Nice to see so many of you out today. I want to let you also know that on August 24th, school does begin, and if you have children, please park in the parking garage, not in the front of the school or on the side of the school, or in people's parking spots that live within the near area. Also, the first couple days, it will be an open campus. After that, the school will be a completely closed campus. The only way in would be in through the main office. So please, also the Friday before is an opportunity for those new parents and for kids to meet their teachers and to find out what their supply lists are. And I also wanted to ask the council, I'd like to plan an event for October when a lot of the snowbirds come back to see if we can get the businesses along with some of the condo board presidents and some of other like maybe from the building department, whatever, to have a meet and greet so that so they can get to know each other and know what businesses are within our community, and allow the presidents to facilitate that among their condo people. that okay?
Yeah. Unless if anyone objects.
Yeah, I think it happens anyway. It's already in place. There's a network of
No, I
condo
don't-
presidents. Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, we'll do our own.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the town does it and provides staff available, that might
Where
be...
will it be, here or at a business?
I'm going to see if maybe Daddy-O's, it's a lot of, to see if they're willing to host it, and I first wanted to get approval from the council before I went out, and,
Why don't you come up with some information and bring it back in September?
got
Since
it.
we have some time, so...
sure.
Okay. Next is Councilmember Sommer.
Don't have much to report. Also, welcome back to everybody. And, I'd like to actually not only support your idea, but verbally, but support it from my office account. I'll be willing to donate $500
Oh,
towards
thank you.
food and entertainment from my office account.
That would be great. Thank you. Thanks, Isaac.
That's great.
Just remind me.
Oh, I will. Don't worry.
Councilmember Reed.
I too have been attending the committee meetings for the Florida League of Cities. I am on the Urban Administration Committee, where we have identified two priorities across the state. One being getting a handle on some public records laws. There's some predatory activities going on, and they'll be firming up some language to get a handle on that. And the other one is to remove eventually the preemption that the state of Florida has on local municipalities regulating their short-term vacation rentals. So those two things have risen to the top, and I'm very happy to be working on that. I'm also very happy that our last newsletter included some advertisements for our local businesses. So if you have a business, or if you know of one, or you think anybody who has a brick-and-mortar business would like to be advertising, that's targeted to all of us residents in town. And I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate the support that my colleagues gave me to make sure that that happened. And I too will be going to the annual conference at the end of this week to continue to represent you at the state level. Thank you.
Councilmember Morano.
And I've just been relaxing. I have been going over the budget and trying to learn the numbers and how everything works, and doing some studying with agendas and things like that, and keeping up with town activities. But I do not go to the meetings at Miami-Dade League of Cities. But that's about it. It's been July and August, so thank you.
Well, I'll be brief. I've attended our league meetings and conference calls, and I'll also be attending the Florida League Conference this week in Orlando, and been very busy this summer, actually. So, that being said, let's get back into the agenda. Mr. Manager, your report?
First, I'd like to bring up Dan Brea from Mellon, who'll do a report on our financial statements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Dan Brea from BNY Mellon, reporting performance results through the second quarter of 2015. The town's portfolios have an average current yield of 2.16%. Benchmark has an average current yield of 2.47%. The average yield to maturity or yield to call across the town's portfolios is 1.48%. The benchmark is at 1.75%. And the average duration of the town's portfolios is 3.39 years. Benchmark is at 3.94 years. For performance, the contingency fund is up 0.73% year-to-date. The general fund also up 0.73% year-to-date, and the water fund 0.75% year-to-date. The benchmark is up 0.82%. Annualized since inception, the contingency fund is compounding at 4.85%, the general fund at 4.88%, and the water fund 5.03%. The benchmark is up 5.07 annualized since inception during the same time frame. At this point, I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions?
What's the forecast look like?
Yeah.
The forecast for the bond market,
The talking heads are saying...
in general,
Interest rates or whatever, or something.
correct. In general, rising rates is typically not good for bonds. And as you may or may not know, the town's portfolio is invested 100% in bonds. It's what has been an extremely conservative investment policy statement that you have. So I would expect to see some challenging times as rates begin to rise. So what we're doing in defense of that, as you've seen in my presentations over the last 2 years actually, we're keeping a much shorter duration than the benchmark in the markets itself. So a shorter portfolio should see less volatility when interest rates do begin to rise. And once interest rates have risen enough, then you start extending duration, buying longer bonds, and locking in those higher yields for longer periods of time.
What options would the town have if we re-examined our cash management policy in order to increase the yields, marginally?
Well, if you want to stay in the bond market, the only way to increase the yields would be to go out in duration or go lower in credit quality. That is not something that would be deemed conservative. Considering using taxpayer dollars, it's something that you really should discuss seriously. I know Alan, your town finance officer, has never been in favor of that. I'm sure he would disagree, and I think I would too. I don't think it's the right time to be chasing yield, particularly in the bond market. There's other ways to increase yield. If you want to maybe look at expanding into the equity markets, that could be another option. It does move a lot more volatile than the bond market does.
I'd like to see actually some form of proposal, anything that you can provide as far as recommendations, because it's not a question of, if it's going to happen. Rates are going to be rising very shortly, whether it's in September or very shortly thereafter. So any advice that you have, I think we'd all appreciate just take a look at.
I can certainly do.
If we're going to do that, we might as well revisit our policy, our investment policy.
I agree. I mean, it just gives a little guidance as well as where it would go.
All right, Mr. Manager, can you bring back next month kind of just an item to discuss this with maybe some possible options, but at least have the information of what our current policy is? I know we've discussed it previously a few times before, but if we could just bring it up again.
I'd like a memo or some, historical perspective from Alan Short.
Yes.
He's, been with us for so many years and has a great deal of knowledge about the history of our funds and so forth, and just get his perspective on it.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned this to Alan before. I'll mention it to you as well. I'm more than willing to join any of your finance committee meetings to go over any type of those proposals, or to meet with any of you individually, whenever you like. We're certainly available for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Have a nice evening.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, next we have public comment.
Mayor, if you mind, I just have a few quick things.
Oh, sorry about that.
I know we have a report due back for landscaping review of the town. I was hoping to have it tonight. It couldn't be in. It'll be in September. JC has been working on a upgrade to our parking system with a pay by phone, which you see in other towns. So you'll see something in September for a contract to sign. I'd like to thank Bridget and Rory for really putting together arranging the newsletter with the ads. There's a lot of work, believe it or not, getting it in the right order in the right place. So I want to thank them and the input from council. The community center is moving along. It's in the permitting phase. I know several of you got to meet with Stantec, and we will be bringing them back for everybody else who hadn't really seen the fits and the finishes of some of the things. The comments that we received were very helpful and will be incorporated in some form or fashion into the plans. I would be. This is good news, I think, and actually, we're meeting with the library department in Miami-Dade. And that was always part of the plan, was to bring a library into the town from the county. But they definitely picked up on this more interest, and I was able to meet actually with the mayor of the county and with the mayor here. It was a very productive meeting, and Jordan, if you want to finish that one out.
I think that, we've been discussing, the county coming in and, pretty much having a county library in, not just joining the system, but actually having a physical library within the town. And it's unfortunately escaped us for the last 4 years. And the county's actually come here and done presentations. They've spoken, our staff has spoken to their staff, and at the end of the day, nothing through fruition. So, working with Ron, I asked the mayor for a meeting so we can discuss this and kind of get this going again, and they were very positive. So there's talk right now about the county actually formulating a real plan to build, in the Mayor Jimenez's own words, a 22nd century library. And the way I think the vision is to build a library, not like how other libraries are built in Dade County, but a new type of library where there's some synergy amongst not just the county, but also the town in regards to the community center. And those resources being saved, which would also bring the cost down, which would allow them to spend more money on programming, which is essentially what everyone wants. And obviously it's going to come before council, and if, when it happens, we'll find out what their plan is, but if so, it might actually work out. So.
That's all I have.
All right. Sure.
Ron, I was going to ask real quick, since obviously we couldn't discuss it amongst we were not allowed to discuss it amongst ourselves, but here we can. Are there any comments that were shared during the meetings for the community center that should create a discussion here now, or anything else that you want to bring up?
Actually, all your comments are very well received, and could be incorporated. I kind of forget exactly what everybody said. There was some security things to address. There will be cameras and IT infrastructure in the building. I can't remember exactly your comment.
Well, I had two things in particular. One, I had said that you want to maybe look into it. Obviously, you can.
Oh, yes. The coffee, that part of it. The concession or a snack stand.
Also, and then also having the ability to potentially having a kosher kitchen.
Yes. Oh, that was in. That's
the second sink or whatever we need.
Yeah, that was not
designed in.
Problem.
Is there anything? I don't know if anybody else had. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Most everybody liked what they did, and
I can share a couple of mine. Mine were really aesthetic, very mild. Like some of those benches that they had in the lighter, kind of light green color. I was worried that pen ink or something might get on them and they'd be hard to maintain, so I recommended the darker color. And they pointed out that there was sort of two sets of materials in those color runs. The terrazzo and then the vinyl one, so that was, discussion in color and things like that. Just easily maintainable materials.
Okay, good. All right, any others? Hearing none, we'll get to public comment. Victor Maya.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. At the last planning meeting, the consensus was that my taxes are going up. And that is very disconcerting to me. I am reading newspaper accounts, online and in other places, and it seems to be that all around South Florida, all of the towns and municipalities are either holding their taxes where they are or they are going down. In my town, they're going up. And that is very concerning to me. I took a look at the impact fees that this town charges to developers. The sewer impact fee is based on a 1997 flow capacity study. Hasn't been changed in a long, long time. The parks fee hasn't changed in over 2.5 years. Water, all I can look at was a plug-in fee into the system. The permit fee schedule, the building department permit fee schedule, was approved on October 11th, 2004. My taxes are going to go up, yet these impact fees and permit fees are remaining flat? Why is there no consideration to be given to across-the-board increases on all these matters? Take a look at these things and I shouldn't have to bear the brunt of these increases when you have record development going on in this town. Secondly, we are spending, we have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on historic preservation. And I'm not quite sure that it's worth it. You decided that it is. You've taken certain positions on historic preservation. There's an item on the agenda today involving a lease, a building that is leased on town property. And so I want to know if this council is ready to take a position, on lessees and their rights and abilities and so on and so forth with respect to historic preservation. It's because the building sits on town land, is that going to translate to any other cooperative situation when we have in this town quite a few of those where the landowner is different from the corporation in that? I think that those issues need to be addressed straightforward and straight on, not buried, item number 26 in an agenda down the line that may or may not get to the first meeting after 2 months of
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Meyer.
break.
Next is Mr. Corral.
Thank you, Rick. Well, 1 second. Can we...
Let's finish with the...
Okay.
Because that item's going to come up, so...
11 o'clock.
Excuse me, Mr. Meyer. With all due respect, you had your time to talk. Please sit
Well,
down.
1 second. Can we just
Yeah.
talk about the impact fees? I'm not talking about items.
You want to talk about
I want
impact
to talk
fees?
about impact fees. I don't want to talk about the item. I mean, why don't we next month bring up a review? Maybe we can find out what other towns are
Right.
charging and see, and maybe try to, if we're going to increase the taxes, I think we can increase our impact fees to maybe not
I'm pretty
offset,
sure-
but should be more in line of what Surfside, and we should look at the towns near us and see what they're charging.
I'll be happy to do that, but I'm pretty sure we have adjusted impact fees from time to time.
Impact fees are not based on what other people are doing, they're based on what we are doing.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that why don't we look at the towns around us, see how, see what other towns are charging for impact fees for new developments, and just get an
We'll
overview.
look, but it's
Okay.
based on our projects.
When was the last time when was the last time we actually raised the impact fees?
2 years ago, Parks and Recreation.
Okay. All right. Mr. Corral.
Good evening, everyone. John Crowell, 9660 West Bay Harbor Drive. First and foremost, thank you for giving me some time to look into those vehicle location systems. I probably dedicated about 6 to 10 hours, had several meetings with the police department. Curtis back there was phenomenal. I think I was able to educate the police department on technology. Curtis is clearly an expert now on ADL technologies, wireless signal propagation. But one of the things that I'm here to talk to you about today is I brought in a neutral company. I didn't bring in a reseller, someone who was a local mom-and-pop operations, and by no means, I love small businesses, and this community has a lot of them. But at a government level, I think you guys should be working with someone at a higher caliber. But that doesn't mean a small business can't do the job as a large one could. So I reached out to a manufacturer, a nationwide manufacturer, who works with every wireless carrier in the country. They've got thousands of vehicles deployed. They brought in an offer. They spoke with Curtis. And one of the things which was challenging for me is when I first met with Curtis, I said, do you guys have a requirements document? Because how can we build something if we don't know what we're trying to build for or solve for? Well, he said, we're trying to track the vehicles. He said, but vehicle tracking is much more complex than that. When you look at ODB2, gyroscopics, and a ton of other sensors. In the ODB2, we talk to the plug-in stuff that you can take out and throw away. We brought in someone that offered a deal $600 a year cheaper, which was fair, but the equipment was much higher in quality. A better thing, and it wasn't AT&T, because I'm an AT&T employee of 20 years. The carrier was agnostic. But here's the thing, you guys are still going with a 5-year agreement on technology. No one on this council keeps their phone more than 1 or 2 years. Why would you invest in a technology that's going to be outdated in 2 or 3 years? With another carrier, and again, one last thing, I know my time is running out. Just before I came here today, I went to the website for WIM Wireless, and I called their support number. I identified myself. My name is John Crowell, an application consultant at AT&T, gave my employee ID, told him my position, my ranking inside the company. And he said, look, I'm a little busy right now. I said, look, I'm calling for a support issue. He says, and I said, I live in Bay Harbor Islands. The guy said, so do I. I said, where do you live? He said, I live in Coral Sea Towers. I said earlier, I said, well, I live down the road here, and I've got a few properties on the island. I know you're bidding on something. I just want to understand how your support model works. He said, my name is Jim something or other. Call me at my personal number tomorrow. So I'll call this guy tomorrow, but getting into a 5-year agreement with someone like this, and again, they could be a great company, guys, don't get me wrong. Whether they're Verizon, AT&T, I live here. I want to do the right thing for you guys, and it's a 5-year agreement. I'm 2 years is more than fine.
So what you're trying, basically, in a nutshell, is that a 5-year agreement is too long as technology changes, that we should shorten our agreement, so as technology changes, we can, like our phones, we keep, upgrading it to the next and best.
That's part of it, Stephanie. That's part of it.
It's on the agenda, right? It's on the agenda, it's in consent.
I asked up front where I could speak to, and they told me to speak at public comment.
No,
That's why I'm here.
if it's on the agenda, then...
It's on consent agenda.
Oh, it's on the consent,
You're not
okay, that's
supposed to
fine.
speak.
Then that's fine, you're right.
Okay, no, I asked up front, and they told me this is when I need to speak, so...
Okay, that's fine.
Again, any questions? Again, I'm clearly an expert in this field, having deployed fleets in excess of 18,000 vehicles across the country.
Well, it's going to get pulled, so...
Well, let me ask you, I'll ask you, as long as you have, the equipment that you said that you have that's superior, what's the benefit of the other?
Josh, before you answer that, I don't know if, John, you want to know this, that any upgrading to any new technology that comes out in the next 5 years, we will get that upgrade at no cost to us.
It's not in the paperwork, Ron, I just saying it's not there.
Okay, but he's saying that it's starting off at a better technology. I'm just curious what that better technology is.
It's 4G versus 3G.
No, let me correct you there. It's 3G versus CDMA 1XRTT.
Okay.
And they're using ODB2 connectors versus a hardwired JBus connector. Two totally different things, Ron.
But the bottom line is, do we do the same thing? Bottom line, can we track vehicles with our system? And the answer is yes.
Give me the requirements. You guys have no requirements, Scott Bill.
this is going to get...
Can you take the opportunity to meet with Ron?
I asked to meet with Ron, and they sent me to Curtis, who I was more than happy to engage with, and I spent several hours with, emails back and forth. I brought an expert in who was willing to meet with the town.
When the item comes
whatever
up...
you want to vote, I'm okay
No,
either
when
way.
the item comes up, it's going to get pulled. We'll ask Lieutenant Johnson to come in and explain everything, okay?
I would make a suggestion at this point, because we've spent a lot of time on this. I'd rather pull it and rebid it than doing this. This was a clean bid, and it's very easy to come in after the fact. When you know what...
Hold on, John. Anyone can come in, Ron. Anyone.
No, I understand that.
I'm not worried about the carrier, John. I'm sorry.
After you know the number, you can do that. So my feeling at this time is, there's enough confusion here that we'll just rebid it, and you'll have an opportunity, as will anybody else.
Not me. It's not me.
Okay.
I'm not...
We have a suggestion or a recommendation.
So you're going to pull it?
I'm going to pull it.
Okay, so you're going to pull it, you're going to rebid it, fine.
And I want to be clear, it's not me.
And let me just say right now, we appreciate all the assistance you're offering. We really do.
And again, on anything technology related, anything 365, cloud-based, VMware, stuff like that, more than happy to offer up what I've got to help the town.
We may regret that because we're going to take you out.
Wait a minute, I'd like to
No,
say
please do.
something.
I'd love to help.
I'd like to say something on this.
Sure.
I'm the one who pulled this item, and I just have an objection to the whole locator system. I don't think, like Mr. Maya said, our taxes are going up, and all these little toys of locators and the things that maybe we don't need, and especially for so many cars. We've got 40 vehicles here we're talking about putting this in. But again, let's pull it, but I just want to say now that I'm just against the whole spending $50,000.
I have a question. Sure. So this is the first time I'm hearing that there's a Bay Harbor resident in support. Does anybody know this Jim who lives in Bay Harbor and calls C Towers?
If you call the support number on their website,
Yeah.
which is what I did at 6:30.
No, I know you do. You spoke to him, but
No, just go to the...
it's
I
a
was
coincidence
bringing it up
that
here on
he's
Zoom
from
Wireless. You
Carl C
guys can call him.
Towers.
I know him, but I didn't know he was the bidder on it, so,
He's
Ron?
got a company based out of Naples,
okay.
and he lives here on the island, and as soon as I said I was AT&T corporate and identified myself with proper credentials, he said, oh, we need to talk. And I'm like, I'd love to. I'm here. I want to help the town.
It's not my, Mr. Manager? Reed asked a question about,
Do you know Jim?
I've met him before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a coincidence that he just happened to be a bidder, or?
It's an open bid. He put a bid in like the other companies.
so, all right. So we're going to put it back out. All right.
Guys, I'm here to help. You want to help if I can.
Thank you. 1060 LLC.
Ron, Jordan.
Sorry, Phil.
1 second. Ron, you pulled an item earlier,
11.
number 11, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just identify for the benefit of the folks in the audience what that item is, so that if anybody's sitting and waiting to address that item, they'll know that it's been pulled?
This was item 11, was consideration and approval on a second reading.
Wait, we're not done yet.
I'm pulling item 11. It's an ordinance on second reading amending Town Code Section 1925 to prohibit parking of trailers, boats, wrecked vehicles, mobile homes, and stretched-out vehicles within the town unless fully enclosed in a garage or other permanent structure.
Mr. and Mrs. Levinson, I did that for your benefit because we're not going to be considering that ordinance tonight. You're welcome to stay for the meeting, of course, but just wanted you to know that that's the item that was
We're
pulled.
in the middle of it.
Yeah, they know.
It's coming.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ron.
Mrs. Newhart,
Okay.
you're up.
Francis Newhart, 1060 Kane Concourse. Why do the majority of our neighboring municipalities have term limits and an elected mayor, and not Bay Harbor Islands? It also appears that the town is having less town elections, with council continuing to appoint their own town mayor, and council continuing to appoint their own preferable residents to serve on council. At the April 21st, 2015 town election, the only possible reason for this particular election is that there was a non-incumbent seat available, alongside the 2 seats for the 2 incumbents that had served for over 16 and 20 years in our office. Why at this particular April 21st, 2015 Meet the Candidates election, every candidate was in favor of term limits, and after being re-elected, all of the returning incumbents voted against term limits? Why did this particular April 15, 2015 incumbent, who had also voted against term limits at the June 8, 2015 Town Council meeting, require of its citizens the difficult task of a petition in order to put term limits onto a ballot for the upcoming November election? Town Council meeting October 2007 was with Weiss and Sirota Law Firm. I was hired with taxpayers' dollars for over $100,000. And I quote, "The Town of Bay Harbor Islands Charter and Ordinance Review Committee recommended not enacting term limits to elected town officials." The council members who voted against term limits were Councilman Leonard and Salver, and voted for term limits was Councilman Yaffe. Also, there was a citizen petition on February 11, 2008 for term limits, and attorney Tucker Gibbs had written up all the required documentation so that registered voter signatures could be collected. Due to the town requiring a limited time frame and being very costly, this particular task on its citizens had become extremely difficult. Why does it appear that council members have a powerful stronghold for over 8 years on town elections, that they would rather be the last municipality to allow its citizens the right this November to decide whether or not to have term limits and an elected mayor? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Edna Pena.
Well, Edna's coming up, if I may just make two brief comments. One, R.S. Shiver from the town of Florida City is being recognized for his 50th year of elected service, at the upcoming Florida League of Cities. Bob is being honored by the Florida League of Cities for his over 20 years of service, and the seat that I'm sitting in was occupied by Joseph Gardner, who this town hall is named after, is dedicated to, who served in office for 44 years. So, just for the record.
Mrs. Pena, well,
Good evening, 1050.
can you hold it?
Good evening, 1050 93rd Street, apartment 3H, PHI. I'm nervous, this is my first time. My main concern is,
Can we have your name?
Edna Pena.
Thank you.
There's a new building built right behind my building, which is the club. Their AC system, the compressors are behind the building. So now on our balcony, when you go out, all what you hear is the compressor running 24/7 ever since it started. It's been going on now for almost 2 months, and this is ridiculous because you cannot go into the balcony for a minute because all what you hear is this compressor. Even though inside my apartment you can hear the machine running, it becomes to be like an industrial. Before, I used to listen to the cricket, very nice and quiet. Now it's terrible. Please do something because it's bothering us too much. There's already an apartment owner that came here before, he told me, and we're asking you, please do something. It's covered. Okay, in each floor there's 7 compressors. In each floor, 7. The building is not occupied yet, but the system is running. So I don't know if each floor is running already. I don't know, but I can see it right in front of me, behind my building. They covered it, but it's like a turf. The turf, I think, that it's not drowning the noise. It is not drowning the noise. It is loud. It's like a industrial, ridiculous. So please do something. Also, the way the building is built, our building is about, I think, 100 feet from the fence. Theirs is like 30 feet, right next to the electric pole. So, please. I know that next to it, it's going to be destroyed, and I heard that they're also going to build something, another high-rise. This is 1025 92nd Street, the club.
Mrs. Pena, first of all, thank you very much for your comments. I normally don't speak during Boone Welfare, but just so you know, there are other residents of your building, you're in Stewart House, that have faced the very same issue. In fact, actually, as early as this weekend, one of the issues with code enforcement is you have to have the code officer actually has to measure it electronically. There's like a device that they use. They actually have to measure the sound from the complainant. So no one has been able to actually get inside an apartment, and we've asked several residents that live in the building. Mr. Martino, who's the president of the building, his wife is working with staff in order to do that within the next couple of days. So, in fact, my last email with Vincent was actually Sunday. So I know that they've been trying to go back and forth to make this happen. So once that happens, then they can go on the record.
What about her apartment also? And if like on Saturday, there's no work. Anyone is welcome to come into my apartment, anyone, like in the wee hours or whatever, because 5 o'clock in the morning, it's like,
If you can give your name and phone
The contact number.
She'll contact you tomorrow.
And on another note, it may be time for us to take another look at reevaluating whether or not the decibel level should be lowered for if it's being heard inside another unit. It's one thing, right now we measure the decibel unit from, from a distance from the actual source, but I think we might need to take a look at that in the future.
It's already included.
I know, but a little bit, we might have to bring it down a little bit, because if it's still being heard, even to some extent inside of another apartment, that's a little bit too intrusive. I think
We just don't know if, but they don't know if they're actually, if it's too loud, because no one's actually measured it yet.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, one of the things, the fact that she's hearing it inside the apartment, it's one thing if there's a decibel level outside, and it's part of, unfortunately, when you live near other people, there's going to be a certain amount. It shouldn't be so bad, but at the same time, inside your apartment, you should have the security to not have to hear someone else's compressor while you're inside the apartment.
I don't want to be governed completely by the decibel level, because I put that on an agenda on, I believe, a couple of months ago, when I was first contacted about that. But that was before they covered it, and we thought that, but I still have my doubts about the placement of those compressors on what are in effect balconies, and I'm not an expert.
I think we should definitely let's get some measurements. Because it might be...
It is important to get measurements, and obviously if it exceeds 60 decibels or whatever it is, then something's going to have to be done about it. But even if it doesn't exceed that level, if you live next door to it, it's like the folks who live next to La Nautique, and even though they claim that they've done something about it, if you walk by that building, to me it sounds as loud as it ever did. So I think that we need to look into some of these issues, construction issues.
I agree.
And noise-related issues from the equipment that's being installed on new buildings, so that the people who live around them can continue to enjoy being in their homes. Exactly.
Basically, we have to identify what's an acceptable level and then match the decibel number to that, not vice versa. So if you're in your apartment, and there's ways to do that, I'm sure, to calibrate those devices, and
I also
So when you go out, if we can...
I also think that you should do away with putting those kind of air conditioners on balconies. I mean, it's a problem that we all saw coming, and I think it's just something we shouldn't allow, and the compressor should be up on the roof.
All right. Next we have Mrs. Kennedy. You're up.
Good evening, distinguished council people. My name is Kathleen Kennedy. I'm at 99900 West Bay Harbor Drive. This beautiful lady that was just walking my dogs, I've heard that noise. And the developer that's building that building is sitting in this house right now. So I hope he's listening. Okay, so that said, I was coming here with a positive attitude. I'd like to welcome back Mr. Short. God bless him. May I wish him good health. I'm looking forward to something for the community center, which I know is coming on board. I've been talking to our great Ronald, our city manager, and I'm up to date along with JC and along with Marlene. I was hoping to see a display of the Christmas lights, because I hope some of the developers got together, like Surfside, the developers there lit up their town for Christmas. So hopefully they have all made commitments to the town to light up Bay Harbor Island so that they can showcase what they're selling. Because right now I'm seeing small little cubicles being built, and it's all about luxury here in Bay Harbor. I'm all about luxury here in Bay Harbor, but what I'm seeing right now is cubicles, like in Europe, where I'm from. That said, I want to thank the council people that I talked to today. You know who you are, about the body cams. Thank you all for your input. I hope you listen, and I hope that said is good. And I want to welcome you. I hope you all had a great vacation. Welcome back, all of you. Okay, thank you.
All right. Next item, we have a committee report. I see that it's to appoint Mr. Sachs to the Parks and Recreation Committee. It was in our packet. Can we just have
Make a motion?
Yeah? Is that a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Sachs. Next, we have the consent agenda minus item 7. I'd like to pull item 10. Anything else want to be pulled?
Number 6, please.
Number 6.
3A and B.
3A and B, okay. Anything else? All right.
Just 1 second, please.
Sure.
That's fine.
Okay, can I get a motion for the consent agenda without 3A, 3B, 6, and 10?
I'll move it without
Second.
3A, 3B.
Okay. It's okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, full vote.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Councilmember Yaffe.
4.
Councilmember Sarver.
4.
Councilmember Reed.
4.
Councilmember Morano.
4.
Councilmember Fuller.
4.
Vice Mayor Bruder.
4.
Mayor Leonard.
4.
Unanimous.
All right, so 3A and 3B, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, a couple changes in here. The, on 3A, if you go to page 5, it actually is the exact opposite of what I had said in the meeting. So we've had this a little few times, but I had said that I would allow for private participation and I would not open to the public. That was the statement at the time. I did not want a public commercial space. I wanted if there was something for someone inside the building themselves. In fact, the sample I used, if they had a small one-table kitchen for themselves. So that has to be for private participation and not open to the public. Okay, and then 3B, I wanted to include in there my statements on page 5, by coincidence, that my statement at that point, it was not included in here, was that I did not agree with spending the money until we saw what the lights would look like.
Okay.
And that was it.
All right, can we approve it with those changes? Well,
I'll move it.
okay, great. All right.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Item number 6, Councilmember Reed.
This would be the social media policy, and I'm wondering if maybe the town attorney can just go over that, because I'm a little confused with the language and the disclaimer, and who's responsible for that. Yes.
Thank you. Sometimes papers.
Just so the audience knows, we are looking at going to social media, Facebook and Twitter, and we have a policy that we have to set to make sure, that everything is legal and not problematic. So we're going over the language a little bit.
Sure. This disclaimer, as written, is the same disclaimer that I use in private employer handbooks. It's actually appeared in and was ratified by 2 federal courts in the NTSBA with regard to employee relations. That's why it's included.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the entire social media site, as set forth, is taken mostly from that, some of which is adopted for municipal purposes, and some of the items that you all wanted.
Okay, I may have missed something. By the way, I'm trying to go paperless for the first time completely on the new tablets, so forgive me if I missed something. My eyes are getting older. On the second page of that, where we talk about disclaimer required, there's a lot of second person, you will do this, you will do that. So is that just for the employees, the council? Does it apply to users?
It applies to you being a user. So anyone who's using the social media site, that is who it's intended for.
Okay, because I completely understand that the town council will not be answering, and, there's a sunshine issue there, so we won't be commenting.
No, nothing. We can't.
Right.
Right.
So that applies to the town council only. And then, of course, the guidelines being respectful, honest, and accurate, who does that apply to?
Anyone who uses it.
Even consumers?
Anyone who uses our
Does
site.
it say
These are
that?
the social media, yes. It says, this is our site, this is the purpose of it, and these are the guidelines in terms of use to use it.
Okay, because...
Once again, this comes straight out of court opinions.
Yeah, I understand, but it's just, is it usable? And then on the next page, it says disclaimer required.
Yes.
Any reference to the town that's publicly posted must contain a disclaimer that states, quote unquote, "The thoughts and opinions expressed herein belong only to the author and do not necessarily reflect those of the town." So does that mean that every time a resident wants to say, you know, this town is great, this town's terrible, they have to, or, you know, they want to make a comment about it, do they have to use a disclaimer? I don't think that's the intention, right?
That is the intention, more or less, so that folks who are using it, look, when you use various social sites, there are generally license agreements that you agree to in the beginning, and I know everyone just clicks agrees and then moves on. However, they're usually about 48 pages long, because I've done some of them. These are guidelines for use, and this is what we ask people to do. Does it mean that we're going to force folks to do it? No. You certainly have the right to monitor your site and allow folks to use it or not use it, depending upon what they're posting and the like. And those are the terms of use. That's what we like. That's what we ask for. And that's what I usually put in all of
Where
them.
will you ask for this of the consumer? Will it be in the About section of the Facebook? I'm just not clear, because even when you sign on and you create a Facebook account, and like you say, there's so many rules, but these guidelines that pertain specifically to Bay Harbor Islands won't be there. So where will we have them? Where will the consumer know that they have to have a disclaimer every time they have an opinion about the town?
Sure. There's a section in most social media, these two specifically, where different entities are allowed to post and include terms of use. You don't see it you only see it when you are really cognizant of it. There's usually a icon in various commercial and or governmental sites for terms of use that are in addition to Facebook's own.
Yeah, please.
It really wasn't so much about that, but presumably, I mean, although the town's social media will not be monitored at all times, I'm assuming it will be, so that if you don't comply with these terms of use, and I don't mean putting the disclaimer, you know, these sentiments are, you know, not the town's, but if you say something on either Twitter or Facebook or any other social media account that's owned by the town that's really inappropriate or offensive or pornographic or something, you might be barred from access to the site. I think that's correct. One of the things that this policy is trying to let people know, you just need to be respectful.
I just think this needs to be tailored a little more to our use. I'm totally in favor of the social media. I think it'll be great. And I definitely agree that we should have some guidelines. And the first few about respect and honesty and accuracy and all that, you know, subject to consequences are fine. But as far as the disclaimer, I just don't see how we can ask of someone. I've actually never seen that. And I've been on Facebook for several years, and, you know, I look at it almost daily. So I think maybe we just need to take another look at this and make it a little more practical.
If you want the disclaimer out, I'm happy to do it. I usually, like I said, this is a form that we use, or that I use in several employee handbooks, including the very one for our town that I've just revised.
But if you want this to pertain to the employees and even the council, I think that's probably a good idea, but I don't think we can hold the public to that. So it's not clear to me that this is this only for employees and town council members?
No, this is your social media.
Don't you think it's confusing?
No, I don't.
So you want the public to put a
You're
disclaimer?
going to have a disclaimer on almost any site you use. I think, you know, are people going to adhere to it completely? No. I mean, in all practicality, people are not going to put a disclaimer. They are, but, you know, whether or not what we're going to do enforcement, so be it. It just allows us the ability to enforce if there's a need. If there's a need, for example, you know, what Bob has said is very true. If someone puts something pornographic on there, it gives us the basis to remove it, because that's not something we want on the website of the town. That's all this really becomes. And as far as for the council really can't do anything on the site, so it doesn't...
I'm kind of a Girl Scout. If you tell me that I have to put a disclaimer, I'm going to put a disclaimer. I don't think people want to operate in that.
You don't have to do it because you...
Excuse me, Mrs. Kennedy, with all due respect.
But it's...
Oh, I knew you were going to slam it.
I mean, we won't be on it
Yeah,
at
I'm only
all.
going to ask you one more
So
time,
it's
please.
just a basic, I mean, I see it just as a basic standard disclaimer. It's not anything significant.
I haven't objected, but I was just sitting here looking at the City of Aventura website or Facebook site in the City of Miami Beach, and I didn't see any type of disclaimers or policy terms. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just looking at other,
Yeah.
other communities. I mean, did you look at, Frank or Marlene, did you research other communities just out of curiosity, like where would they have it? So if you go onto the main page of the City of Aventura, it says about, and it just tells you it's, directions and the phone number and we're closed or not closed or whatever.
Sure. The postings there, or
Look,
not on the actual site? Is it Facebook, in other words, not the website, but on Facebook, is there, if it's a posting?
Some photos and 49 people like Aventura government organization. I mean, they may have more than one, there's 4 or 5 different City of Aventura sites, and I don't know which is the official one or not, so. That's what I was trying to figure out.
It's up to you as far as what you want. I took it specifically from the May 30th, 2012 NLRB's Office of General Counsel and their memorandum with regard to these items. So it's up to you whether you want it. I've given you what I think is the best, if you want to
Frank,
do it.
I'm going to interrupt you only because when you sign on to the Town of Bay Harbor Island's Facebook page, when it goes up, where will you see this disclaimer? I mean, how do you...
You can embed it. It's very easy to embed it within Facebook. And in terms of use, which is an icon that you click on it.
So
That way the
What I'm
only...
asking is physically the location on the site. So when you pull up the page, before you can write anything, is something going to pop up and say, terms of use, please accept it, or is there going to be an icon on the upper right-hand side, for example, that says terms of use? I'm just trying to figure out.
That's something that I was discussing with IT, and actually what I want is a pop-up, so that people can agree to it before they go on Facebook. That's it.
Okay, and they can do that?
They could do that.
That's fine.
I've never seen that.
I'm okay with that.
If I could, Jordan, I'd like to just say something. First of all, I want to thank staff and our council for producing this. I know that I brought this on the agenda, it must be years ago, Marlene, right?
Yeah.
Not quite, but a while.
Once we approve, once we approve this policy, how far are we away from launching a social media presence?
A couple of days.
Couple of days. Okay, that's
If
great.
we approve it?
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I don't think the disclaimer language in the policy can be detrimental in any way. I think it's, if anything, it's ultra-conservative, and, I think we should move forward on this with all due speed.
Okay. You want to make the motion?
Yeah, and I'll move it.
All right.
I'll second
All
it.
right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone against?
Opposed?
Okay. Kelly opposes. Next item 10.
Item 10, consideration and approval of a proposal by Electric Service Repair and Modernization Incorporated for an emergency elevator upgrade in the amount of, I'd like to just change that amount to $142,500.
Okay.
Before we tear it apart, I would just like to, what I said, I want to go over, we broke it down so you would understand exactly what goes into rehabbing the elevator. As you know, we've had one out of service for a while. When the elevators were installed, it's a hydraulic system. The piston pushes the cars up and down. The technology back when the elevators went in, the hydraulic controllers and pumps are located a considerable distance from where the car actually runs. Those lines are bedded in cement, and over time, they corrode and they have failed. The technology has been modernized. We can relocate the controllers, the hydraulics, and all that infrastructure to a room right behind the elevator, which would shorten that pathway and definitely fix one elevator, but to leave the other one with the same old system would be, it wouldn't be a good idea. The time to install both of them, which are critical just to operate the car up and down. It would include moving all that control into a new location, air conditioners for the controller, removing the old line. There is some minor electrical work that has to be put in, a couple of receptacles and things like that. We were able to remove, because the elevator doesn't go a full 25 feet. It's a shorter distance. There was a thought we would have to comply with some fire code regulation, which we don't. So we could take, that's what the reduction of 7,500 was about. That's $75,000. Originally, we went to Thyssen, and their price was radically higher, so we went out to solicit from Otis and another company, and this is why you have the one that you have in front of you today. That was $75,000. That's a critical item. Second item was the hall of inside equipment, and I'm doing this because it's really important to know what that means. The car doors are operated internally with mechanisms that are levers, clutches, and infrastructure. Not the door itself, but what lays inside the door. So when your door operates, the outside door has to be grabbed by the clutch system and pulls it open. They need to replace all that because 90% of most failures come with those old, that infrastructure. So that's another thing that they would highly recommend that we change while we're doing this work. That was $18,000. Lastly, the 6 doors that currently are on the cars. You have the actual doors, set of doors on each car that goes up and down, and then you have you have 2 sets of doors on the ground floor and 2 sets of open doors on the second floor. For $7,800, we can redo the door, clad it in stainless steel, and totally modernize the look of the door. Is it totally critical? Probably not, but those 3 items are at $100,000. To do that work would be, I think would be in good keeping in modernizing that elevator. There's two other items that make this bid go to approximately $125,000. That is rehabbing the entranceway around each door. If you look at the door, you probably don't notice, but there's a brown, bronzish-looking area between the 2 doors. That could be changed out to stainless steel to really make it uniform. That was a $4,500 item. And lastly, for a cost of $19,000, we could actually rehab the interior of the of the car, so that when you get into it, there's a new floor, there's new walls, there's new rails, there's a camera in the elevator itself that would be monitored if somebody got stuck in it. There's already a new communication system in there that doesn't have to be touched, and a drop ceiling with new LED lighting that would be included. To spend, I often hear this comment from, people, you spend a lot of money on sewer work, that's great, but you don't see it. We're spending we would need to spend around $100,000 to do this work to make our elevator functional, which is what we're after. But for a little more money, we can really make much more presentable to the public. And that's why the bid is what it is.
Ron, let me ask,
I have a rep from the company here if you need to ask some technical questions.
Ron, let me ask, how long would the work take?
I'll ask Mr. Cello from the company to come up and maybe he can answer that question.
This is for one of the 2 elevators.
This is for both.
Yeah, because my questions are going to be how long it's going to take, and then will they both be out of service at the same time, because that creates a problem.
One at a time, 3 weeks.
Okay.
3 weeks each.
But you'll always have one functioning.
Absolutely.
Start with the broken one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just, for the record, I pulled the item because when I spoke to the manager, I had some reservations about spending $150,000 as an emergency upgrade when it had several facets that were not clearly emergency. I don't think anyone can question the validity of changing and fixing a broken elevator, but fixing and updating and modernizing both elevators, that's not an emergency item. But for the record, I did speak with the manager, and one of the things that came up that wasn't in the agenda item was, for example, the hydraulic lift. Most elevators have the hydraulic lift somewhat closer to the elevator. Ours is actually by the lift station, actually, so it's I think it's in Bal Harbour. Yeah, it's practically in Bal Harbour. So obviously they have to dredge up a lot. It's actually a lot more work than I expected, and even though it wasn't the agenda item, I'm glad I got the clarification. So I'm okay with it, because obviously a lot of the work has to be done that is an emergency, and but for the record, I tend to not like to go after emergency items when there's facets that are non-emergency and are more cosmetic. So I'll support it.
Where is the funding going to come from this
It
approval?
would come out of reserves.
Just come out of reserve?
Yeah. So, okay, I'll move it.
Second.
All right.
There was some thought of trying to push it out to the next budget year, but
Yeah.
to hang on one elevator was just too risky.
Yeah.
Ron, you said in your memo that the useful service life of an elevator is between 12 and 15 years, so is it your intent, or anticipation, that this would be the new useful life expectancy of the rehabilitated elevators? No?
15 years if they're not serviced.
Mhm.
If you wipe them off once a year, 15 years. If you actually service them, 30 days, maybe a drop of oil, a little bit of dust off the top of it, it'll last 40 years. You're looking at once in a lifetime.
Can you say your name for the record? I don't
Frank
believe
Powell.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure I follow that. So how long should these elevators run
Once you
before we
rehab-
have to do this again, or before we have to replace it?
40 years.
Huh?
40 years.
40.
Once in a lifetime.
4 decades.
Right.
4 decades, okay, that sounds better, thank you.
If they're actually maintained, yes. 40
Thank you.
years.
And if we ever added floors to the building, would we be able to use the same cars?
Added floors? Oh, you're talking about a major upgrade. A major upgrade. But I can help you with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, let's have it.
Poll vote, I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. It is
37
Put your name
grand.
on the poll vote. All right.
Sorry. Councilmember Fuller,
4.
Councilmember Morano,
4.
Councilmember Reed, 4, Councilmember Stauber,
4.
Councilmember Yaffe,
4.
Vice Mayor
4.
Mayor Leonard.
4.
Unanimous.
All right, so, all right. We're skipping, item 11 was withdrawn. Item 12.
Item 12, consideration approval of a transfer of development right TDR application requesting to purchase 2 units from the town's TDR bank for construction of a previously approved project to be located at 9290 West Bay Harbor Drive.
Okay, I'll move it. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, for the record, I have noticed that there are some private CDR sales that are, this one is for $47,500, and I noticed that item 14 has $52,000, and I'd like, is the applicant here? The applicant, okay. I'd ask if we could raise it to the appropriate level, since you currently have transactions of $52,000, I think that would be appropriate. It's not that much more. Would you come up? Sorry.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Boana. For the item 14, my company is only the manager of the project. I need to consult with the owner of the project if they are going to be available to do that. I understand your point, and it's really clear, but it's not something that I can decide at this moment.
Okay.
Question?
Sure.
I think we have several TDR transactions before us this evening. And there was a notation in one of the memos about there's, still a market out there, a lot of private owners and so forth. I just was curious what efforts were made to go to the private market for these 2 TDRs, just out of curiosity.
We came to the city and we asked if we can purchase to the city, and I think because it's only 2 TDRs, it's a small project, we present all the documents to acquire in the city.
All right. So that answers the question.
Okay.
Yeah, the resolution that you approved says that any project that needs less than 5
I understand.
could come to the town. That's why we put them on.
Yeah.
This is an 11-unit project, I think.
Well, actually, when we approved the project, it was 14 units.
Right.
And at the moment, based on the market that we are seeing that is changing radically, they are requiring larger units. We changed the whole scope of work and the whole interior units, and it's going to be only 11 units.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't mind, but I think that it should go for the rate that you can see on the same agenda. They're selling TDRs for $52,000 each. I think we should sell it at $52,000, since that's what the going rate is.
Jordan, I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that. We have
a resolution that's signed based on, based on appraisals that were done. If you think it's important for us to reconsider the pricing for TDRs, I think it would be appropriately done on an agenda with a new appraisal. But to say, I think it's a little bit egregious for us to say, there's, the market says that the TDRs are selling for 52 grand according to the TDR request that was done in 14, to just change the price when we have a published price based on a resolution, I think is inappropriate at best.
I agree with Isaac. I think this is the price we put out there, this is what it's supposed to be, we have to stick to our word and go from there.
Are we due for another appraisal soon?
Obviously we are.
Well, I think we were shooting for this month, but we're a little overdue.
Every 6 months, unless we get directed to do one in between.
I mean, it's not just about the budget. I know in the budget we budgeted for a certain number of appraisals, but it seems like every time we come to a council meeting and we see a fluctuation in prices, we're asking for another appraisal. I think there's got to be, if you want to have them 3 times a year, 4 times a year, quarterly, whatever it is, I don't have an objection to any particular frequency. But, as Isaac was saying, we have an appraisal, there's a resolution, and, there's always going to be fluctuations in the market.
Actually, I was going to read a section of the code that's in the TDR ordinance that says, the town council shall set the value of any public development rights. The council may utilize current market value to set the price or develop an alternative value method consistent with the goals, objectives, and vision of the town, including but not limited to capital or land contribution for parks, open space, or parking. So it's pretty...
Right, I understand it, but it's also, I think that then if management, you all, Ron, Marlene, you all know, JC, you all know what the prices are because you see these transactions coming in, to the town, because it's not like the application is filed and it's on the agenda the next day. Then if you think that there's an issue, then, make a recommendation. We've got people coming in and asking to buy, TDRs, but in other words, I don't want to revisit the price at the council meeting necessarily. I think that it's, the negotiation should precede the council meeting and whatever that price is. If you think we need to up the price based on the market and not wait for another appraisal, then let us know and we'll consider that. Okay. Because thank you for pointing that out.
I agree with you. I think if we had about a week's heads up and you could have gotten together with Mr. Bolano and his clients, that would have been a lot more fair than putting you on the spot right now, so...
Unfortunately, I am not part of
the
equity of this
I
project.
understand.
I cannot make the decision at the moment.
I understand and I support you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, is the council asking staff to negotiate with developers when they're asking for town TDRs prior to...
No, they're not going to negotiate, but if you...
I'm just clarifying.
But you see them coming in, and when I said you, I mean the town administration sees them coming in. And if our price is, whatever the number was here, 47.5 or whatever the number is, but private transactions, and you think that, there's the possibility for the town to get more money from our TDRs, and just put it on the agenda for a meeting, the market seems to be, 53, not 47. Do you want to consider that before we finalize some pending contracts?
Right, it's changing pretty fast, because these are the first things that are going beyond.
So maybe a monthly
it was
basis,
static.
considering a resolution.
And I would tell you, if there was a radical change or that, we wouldn't hesitate to do it. But you could just get somebody at a weak moment that says, yeah, I'll sell at that, or, they're more inclined to buy because they need them right away. That could happen.
Let me just opine, for what it's worth. The town has to act either by ordinance or resolution, and the town council cannot, in my opinion, just change the price on a TDR without a resolution, and especially without it being an agenda item, for all kinds of due process reasons. So I think the council has astutely concluded that way, and that's what it should be. So I think to revisit it, put it on the agenda, whatever you want to do, but you can't just ad hoc change the price, in my opinion.
How about it in an instance where we have several that we routinely, just prior to these, discuss what that month's offerings are, or do we need to have an appraisal?
You don't
No.
need an appraisal.
Because of what you read.
Correct, you
So-
don't need an appraisal. No.
So if we had any fluctuation that wasn't exactly to our last appraisal, or, we could just visit it right before.
Or the other option is you can also decline to sell them and then bring it back the following month. So I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying...
Does that tie them up for another month?
That's what I'm saying. I don't advocate that, but it's...
But I wouldn't put it on the same agenda. I wouldn't have, somebody's coming with a contract at 50 and you have on the agenda item, 2 items beforehand to make it 53, and then you've adopted a new resolution, and 2 items later the applicant comes up and you say now it's 50. I mean, I think that you need some notice and, an opportunity to present it. So I think that, if the council's interested in raising the price again, then let's put it on the agenda for the September council
How
meeting.
about a special meeting? Would you want to do that, or no?
You don't have to have a special meeting.
So you don't, right. I mean, a special meeting just enables you to do it quicker.
Yeah.
I can opine that if the client is willing to agree, then we can dispense with the formality. If the client that was buying the TDRs knows that that's probably the price that the council's going to want, you could save the time and all that, but you say you don't have the authority to agree.
Unfortunately, no, on this project. Right, because as you indicated, I think correct, we don't have to approve this. I'm not saying I wouldn't vote to approve it, but I'm saying you don't have to, and that, is something that the applicant would have to think about, do I want to wait a month, or do I want to just get it over with now paying a little bit more money?
Can we just raise the price to 60,000? And if they, no, listen, and so they go to private rather than buy from the town?
Not tonight.
No.
I'm not going back tonight.
No, I know that.
Right now, before we lose any more.
So let's put on the agenda for September and
Yeah, let's do that for September, and...
set a new price.
And Marlene, you could post on Facebook page that the market value of the TDR is 52,000.
Yeah, it's just,
But all I say is agree to the disclaimer.
Just for the record, though, I have heard the prices are higher than what are on these contracts, almost 75,000. That's the word around town. So I'm not saying to go there, but I mean, there's no reason why we can't make our prices a little higher and not be the cheapest on the block.
well, is there consensus to approve this, or to...
No, I just think there's an agenda, right? There's a motion and a second.
Okay. All right, so without further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Okay, let's have it.
Look it down here.
Item 13, consideration and approval of a private TDR transaction of a transfer of 2 dwelling units from Bay Harbor Investments Properties LLC, 9901 East Bay Harbor Drive, to for Ascot Group, 1150 6102 Street.
All right, do you have a motion? A motion. Do I have a second? Okay, any questions, any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? The ayes have it. Okay. Item number 14.
Item 14, consideration and approval of a private transfer of development rights transaction of transfer of 4 dwelling units from TPCP Corporation, The Anchorage, at 10,001 East Bay Harbor Drive, to Rakaza Group, 1150 6102 Street.
Okay, and a motion?
Move it.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Any
Quick
questions?
comment?
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that in all 3 transactions that we've seen, 12, 13, and 14, the receiving sites have all been much lower density than we've seen in the early years. I'm very encouraged by that, and that's probably why I'm so ecstatic right now in approving all of these.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone against? All right. Item 15.
Item 15, consideration and approval of a proposal from Hardesty and Hanover for engineering services to do construction plans for environmental surveys associated with scour countermeasures for the Indian Creek and Waterway bridges in the amount of $54,587.84.
I'll move it.
Okay, second? Second. All right, any discussion?
The anti-scour is anti-erosion.
Right.
FDOT does periodic reviews of bridges. Even though these bridges are ours, they said that it would be in our best interest to come up with an erosion plan, because there is nothing that says how deep our foundations are set in the bay bottom for those 2 bridges. And even though the silt is built up considerably at the Waterway Bridge, once FDOT puts you on notice, God forbid something happened, we would be in a very difficult position to be in after they tell you that you should put some kind of erosion control. If there was an event, it would have to be a heck of an event to wipe out the bay bottom enough to actually structurally impair the bridge where it wouldn't be usable. However, the plans have to be in place, and I think we should start to at least get the plans done to bid this job out. The people that are working on the bridge are the type of people that would do it. They're here now. We'd still have to, go through the whole bidding process. But in order to get a bid, we have to have the plans. And that's what this would be.
Can we get a poll vote?
Wait a minute, I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I'd like to know, when was the last evaluation on the two bridges, and what was the...
Our bridges are evaluated. This was more, I think, in keeping with all the attention the bridges have been getting throughout Florida. And, FDOT looks at all our bridges, and there's an extensive every year. It used to be every 2 years. Now it's every year. It used to be every 2 years, but after the ICW, as we got closer to the rehab, they started to do it on a yearly basis. Once we're finished and they come in and do an inspection, they'll probably go back to a 2-year cycle. But that's really that's up to them.
At the same time that you're doing this, can we look to widen the sidewalks on those bridges and what it would cost?
I have some information on that. Not here. I will bring it back
Another time.
for you. Sure.
Okay.
All right. Poll vote, please.
Councilmember Yaffe?
4.
Councilmember Salver?
4.
Councilmember Reed? 4. Councilmember Morano?
4.
Councilmember Fuller?
4.
Vice Mayor Bruder?
4.
Mayor Leonard?
4.
Unanimous.
Great. Item 16.
Mayor, before I start, just so I know, I dealt with widening of the bridge walkways before. But before I do it, usually I get our engineers to give me a rough estimate, based on these, costs and ADA compliance and all that. But I really would like to get a real good, hard cost of what it's going to do. And I would like to ask the engineers to give me a plan. And this way, for sure, this is what it would take to do what you're asking. So this way it's not, it's about $2 million or $1.5 million, and, I think for everybody, you've got to know how much it really would cost to do.
Right, I asked the same question to you about a year ago, and you...
I had information from Odyssey.
I'd like to it's good idea to have a more detailed plan, but I asked for the same thing a year ago.
Yeah, because we've looked at the ICW, and I have looked at the Waterway Bridge, and, it's always divided in one side, both sides, but each side generally is pretty expensive. So I just want to get it really down.
Price it with widening and with a barrier, something as far as protecting, pedestrians out there.
Oh, yeah. No, this would be,
I think it's
give me a
important,
plan.
and I think it's something well worth whatever
I
money
agree.
it is.
Well, depending on that.
Seriously, we have many people who walk in this town, walking over those.
I agree with you, it can be, but just, it's a kill and a blank check, depending on what the number comes back.
Listen,
I will ask for them, I will ask for a proposal, so in September I can tell you, to do a plan for what you're asking, it will cost, this is how much it will cost, I don't know how much it will cost, don't tell me. This way we can, we'll all know for sure what it would cost.
All right. Number 16.
Okay. Approval requested by the manager of an intercoastal waterway bridge lighting plan by Horton Lee's Brogan Lighting Design. Two of the principals or the people from the company, Simi Vitt and Barbara Horton, are here to do a short presentation. As you know, I've been asked by the council and actually by many residents about lighting up the bridge and making it a little more special. Since we're doing all this work, I started to look into that, and our Stantec engineers from the community center recommended this company. I included some of the work they've done, and they have come up with a proposal with some ideas and some lighting schemes that I think will really make the bridge look fantastic. In addition to that, I also have in front of you, that's not going to be the sign that I would put on the bridge, but I wanted you to get an idea of the Bay Harbor Island sign that currently exists on the Basco Pier. They're 3D painted on, they're very nice, they're lit by a light. The sign would be something similar to this, obviously much bigger. It would be 20 feet long, 7 feet wide, and it would have acrylic lighting through an aluminum fascia. And I have to turn it on. Don't forget, the background will be blue, and so you'll be able to see it from a distance in the daytime, but at night it'll really look fantastic. At that, I'll ask them to come up, and I'm going to plug this in. If you give me 1 second, I just would like to dim the lights for 1 second. And I'm moving around so you can see it. Don't worry.
Nice.
Bridget, can you turn the light off just for a second? And I'll hold it up for them. When you approach... I can only hear.
Now we know the secret.
Yep. You kind of get an idea. That's good enough. When you're approaching the bridge, now these letters will be a lot bigger. So from a boat, you'll really see Bay Harbor Island, Shepherd Brook Causeway, Bay Harbor Islands as you approach, and it'll be quite large. Just for the...
And that would be like on the intercoastal side?
Both sides, north and south.
Right, but on the intercoastal, like...
On the intercoastal.
Like vehicle traffic won't see it, boat traffic will see it.
Boat traffic.
It's going to be exactly where the current sign is?
Yes.
Okay.
And it will have the ability to have it white, blue. We can change that color if we want to. So.
Okay.
That's the popcorn.
Can we have a motion?
No.
Well, no, it says...
Now the presentation of what the overall lighting.
Oh, okay.
Not just the sign.
It's kind of like a two-phase thing. They don't do the sign, so that's just our Graplex. It's also on the agenda later tonight. They designed the sign.
Right.
The estimate to put this in, or not estimate, the proposal, was $30,000 to install, build these two onto the bridge, which is a lot less than I thought.
For this and the lighting.
Now, the lighting is, now you're going to see the plan of
No, what I'm
what,
saying is $30,000.
just for the signs.
Just for the sign.
Yeah, well, they're big.
$60,000.
No, 30 for both.
Okay.
But they're big. They're big signs.
Then the lighting is more.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Barbara Horton. I'm president of Horton Lee's Broadband Design. This is Simi Veit, my associate here in Miami. We are architectural lighting designers, so we don't make a product and we don't sell a product. We just come up with designs similar to an architect or an interior designer. And we were very fortunate that one of our clients, Stantec, had invited us or introduced us to Mr. Wasson, and we met and had a good meeting, took a tour of the bridge, got in the boat and walked around and drove around, and we did a few studies. We were engaged then to look at the bridge as a full span as well as just the bascule portion of it. We found it really intriguing because there aren't a lot of bascule bridges that have this kind of form and are celebrated enough in this country. So Simi and I put some thoughts together. We reviewed several of those studies with Mr. Wasson, and tonight we're presenting one of those studies and just an element of it, which is lighting the underside of the bascule bridge, as well as, let me see if I can use the mouse, as well as the new painted fascia across here, so you can see we're putting some light across the side of it. And we also... Yeah. They're a really beautiful new blue color that you're painting them, so we thought we would highlight that at night. And then the two pillars, which are, prominent in there, some with signage and not. So our proposal is to consider using LED technology, which is fairly new. This has got a very long life, easy to maintain, can handle the vibration of the bridge from the vehicular traffic. And I think it would really celebrate the town nicely. We are thinking of white light for portions of the bridge. As you can see, the pillars will also be lit, so there'll be a connectivity back to land. And then at the bascule portion of it, we would do a color change. Color change is nice because it has opportunity to celebrate events or seasons or things like that. We do have to be careful of visual interference with boaters coming through, so we chose blue as a color rather than red or green, so we don't have any confusion. And this is independent of the actual navigation lights, which will remain on the entryways in there.
So just a quick overview of LED lighting. I think we have 3 different manufacturers being considered. We've already have brought some samples to be tested and looked at. LED lighting today is about 50,000 hours of life, which is great. If you are operating this even just 6 hours in the evening, maybe you shut it off after midnight or something like that, or dim it down, you probably have about 20 years of life on the fixtures, which is nice, so it'll match the 25 years I think you're talking about for maintenance on the bridge. And we think it's just a fun thing to do. I mean, everybody celebrates water. We don't take advantage of it enough, and we see other bridges in the community that have already done that. I think this would be a really nice proposal.
Let me ask you something. If there was a hurricane, since these are attached, how long do these...
Can't hear you, Steph.
I'm sorry. I said if, you have all this lighting, and you said there's very little maintenance, but if we were to have a hurricane, I mean, how would this hold up through storms?
Well, first of all the fixtures that we're looking at are have a certain rating for the marine conditions that we're in, as well as the environmental, so hurricanes, wind loading, things like that. It's not so much about the fixture, but how it's fastened, so we would work with the contractor in making sure the bracketing and such is well secured. It can handle the rising tides back and forth, the movement of the bridge itself, and we're looking at locations that are all accessible, so if something did have to be removed, it could certainly be accessed quite easily.
On a similar note, though, Ron, earlier tonight we accepted for the new insurance policy. Is any of this going to be covered under the new insurance policy?
Very good, Josh.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be covered in some form or fashion.
Can we check that? Because I'm sure there's a lot of added features.
Gosh, you know what our deductible is. So the answer is no.
I understand, but worst case scenario, if something major happens, at least if we're already hitting the deductible, let's see what's covered under this.
I think it makes the bridge safer, so maybe we could get a discount.
Well, that's true. It is visible at night then.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, do we have prices on the underlighting and all the pillars? We have put some estimates together. We've given some of those unit costs to the town manager, and I believe you're going to bid this, correct?
Yes. The lights itself, the estimate was about $130,000, and that included lighting up all the piers or pillars straight back to land with white. The underside, all the color changing, wrapping the fascicle piers, the underlighting, the spotlights, was about the whole thing together was about $130,000 for all the lighting. That doesn't include the installation, which...
So wait a minute, you're talking everything, the pillars, the underlining, the signs, everything is
Yes.
$130,000?
No,
Signage?
No, the signage is $30,000 on its own. And, let me just check. Last time I looked, I'm sorry, the color changing lights was the entire recommended design with the white spans and the color changing basket about $105,000. Give or take whatever the bids are, and this is an estimate. So let's say worst case scenario, it's $150,000 to do the sign and do all the lights. You still have to install it. That would be better. They would do the layout and the plans, and then we would go to bid for an installation.
So what are the soft costs here?
The soft cost of I'm not sure if you call it installation.
No,
itself.
I mean just obviously the Horton firm is charging a fee.
$9,000 to do this design work
The design.
for this.
And what are we looking at installation?
I don't know, but
Approximate? 200,000?
no.
100,000?
No. It's a lot less because the lighting installed, the white lights, we already have the electric in the area because all the light boxes that light up up above run from below.
Right.
So there is already pull boxes at every location we need them to be. So that's significant cost
Yeah,
savings.
that's significant.
And there is also chaseways. There is existing lighting out there already, so there's electric there. We might have to upgrade, run another line to different areas, but most of the electric is already in place. And we will solicit bids for installation from, a few electrical.
Ms. Horton, from your experience, and obviously we're not going to hold you to this, for $130,000 worth of hardware, how much would installation be typically?
Typically, we would just double a number.
Just double a
It's
number.
a rough idea, but, it's tricky because it is on the waterway, so we don't know what kind of scaffolding might need to be put in place to get to reach places. We took a work boat out and kind of get a sense that they're going to build in some maintenance elements there, so some of this will be fairly easy.
Good.
So I would say that that's a realistic number, but it depends on the bids and the contractors and the infrastructure conditions.
So what is the number?
Yeah.
200,000 for installation?
Well, before we even go on, are we just being asked?
To approve the design.
The conception to put it out to bid.
No,
Yeah, because, this
is just the conception.
I want to tell you that I have an extremely strong commitment from the Broad Foundation that they would like to fund the entire installation of this. So it would not come from town funds. It would be a Broad Foundation donation in the amount to install this.
So is that in addition to the entranceway?
In addition.
Monument?
No, not in addition. It's separate from.
Separate?
Right, so we're just being asked to approve the basic design concept so you can go forward.
And go out to bid.
And then go out to
bid, right.
Go out to bid.
Okay.
I'll make a motion if it hasn't already been made.
I think it's been moved.
I made a motion.
Second, all right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
How can you be against?
Yeah.
It's just like, we've been waiting
really looks
63
nice.
years for something like this.
Yeah, this is
You've
beautiful.
done a nice job, and we did have a lot of different lights to consider. One of the things we're always concerned with was vibration, because if you ever stand out on the bicycle span when the vehicles are going, you can't believe the rocking, the shakes that goes on.
Truth be told, I think we should seriously consider lighting features of this nature for the bridge from Surfside to Bay Harbor Islands as well.
One at the waterway, too.
The waterway bridges are like little and flat, but I think this, since it's an arched bridge, it's a big bridge. I mean, it's bigger than the flat bridges anyway. I think we should, consider what lighting we can do on that, because that will make our entrance feature more robust.
I agree, we can make it uniform and we can probably get better pricing, obviously doing it at the same time.
Right.
We want to take a look at that.
You look at that?
I mean, we're spending $12 million on that.
Actually, more
A
than
little
that.
bit more than that,
A
actually.
little more than that.
A little more. All right, item number
I
17.
will explore that.
All right, number 17.
I got more business. I'm sorry. Item 17?
You got it.
Consideration and approval requested by Councilmember Morano of a proposed sign from Graphplex Signs in the amount of $41,270 for 2 electronic signboards on King Concourse.
Mr. Morano?
Okay, this is the ugliest sign I've ever seen on a fence. This better not be what was going up here, and, I mean, this is terrible. What I'm talking about is just like Aventura, with a nice sign, nice digital sign, not a message board, and something that is concrete, that looks nice, nothing with wood posts.
That wasn't going to be wood.
Yeah, I hope not. And is this the message board? Is this how the sign?
That message board, that one there is a single color message board. You can look to have full color. I checked with Aventura, their full color message board, that one was by itself $20,000, not including installation. That's about $5,000 more than the one, this one here. You tell me, I mean, first, I'm looking for a couple of things here. Also, the location has never really been discussed by the council, like they said, King Concourse.
Yeah, this is a bad location, I think.
And I mean, King Concourse, and I've shared, it's really tough as far as space is concerned.
You can't put it in the median, but Doris, I was going to ask you if you mentioned the Aventura sign that, that you sort of like, and are there any others that you're
I've heard
familiar
there's
with?
one on, I haven't seen it personally, but people say, oh, now I know what you're talking about, over on 96th Street in my
Miami Shores,
Miami Shores, that one,
Very nice.
I've been there. I actually, that one, I spoke with the manufacturer of that sign. Like I said, that's full color. That one is actually a foot wider than the one being here, the one that I have.
Right. I passed the one in the Shores, but I don't recall.
The one in the Shores
Aventura.
is wider, it's bigger.
I was going to suggest that you get us pictures of the ones.
No.
I'm just looking for something that's going to say Parks Meeting tonight, or,
Well, I think
you
the
know,
answer to your first question is, I think we want color. Let's make that the first part.
But why don't we find out where we want to put it?
Now, here's my only, well, yes, actually, where we put it will let me know what size it needs to be, because if you put it in, you know, in a narrow place, I mean, obviously can't be too wide, but if you make it too small from a passing car, it's going to be difficult to read and maybe useless.
well, like even Aventura, I was looking at it today. We don't need the lettering that big because we're almost on top of the sign when we're driving past it, or we're sitting at the light. It's right there. It's not like Aventura when you're over on the third lane or something, you know, I mean, it can be narrower.
Now, I will say this, it's in the one in Miami Shores, I was just there today. It's on the median, and you're right on top of it as well, and it is a bigger sign than this one.
Yeah,
so
it's a big sign.
This seems too big for me. I mean, I would put it vertical.
I just want to make sure that if we do put it up, it's, you know, it's readable, because if it's not, if we start getting complaints like, I'm driving, I can't see from my
Weren't
car.
these the people that were, isn't that Grafplex who was just here?
No, that wasn't Grafplex.
I think what's really important to know is the scaling, and I think back when the original entranceway model was being shown, and someone said, wow, it's 60 feet long and it's going to be 18 feet high, and everybody said, wow, that's really big, but, you know, the professional will tell you, depending on the speed of the vehicle, you have to have enough time to look at it and see it and read it. I mean, even if you look at our signboards that we put up just to announce an election or a town picnic, or there's we're showing a movie, that's a big sign. And, you know, if it's not blinking fast enough, you can go past it without seeing the full message.
I think our traffic will help us out in that situation.
No, I don't mean it that way, I'm just...
Well, I mean, I don't think we're going by that fast, but I mean, can't we whoever did Aventura sign or Miami Shores sign, whatever that company is, can't we get them in here to...
Never spoken with them.
Yeah.
I have spoken with them, and I got a price for them, you know, a sign like that, it's
All right, that's what I thought you were
$20,000 by
coming in
itself
with.
for the sign itself. If we do two signs, it'll be $40,000, then you have to have installation, and that's, if you go by the installation on the proposal submitted, is about $10,000 or so, so it'll be up around $55,000.
All right, so this is here is $40,000 right here, and this is terrible. I mean, that's what I would have liked to have seen, something from that company.
Okay.
Can you bring it back again next time and maybe have a picture of something that...
I'll bring...
You know, I just want to,
You want to...
I just want to chime in to say that, I would like to see this type of thing part of a more comprehensive plan. You know, rather than say, oh, you know what, Doris says we should have a sign, and so let's vote on having a sign, and this sign is bad, and another sign is good. It really should be part, you know, of a comprehensive design plan that includes, like, the entrance feature, where the toll plaza was, you know, tie it in. I know that they tried to tie it to the sign that we have on Kent Concourse on the eastern side. But first of all, we need to really agree on a location, because I think this location is terrible.
Now, let me just refresh the council's memory. This item is just not like I decided, I'm going to start talking about message board. The Parks and Recreation Committee, they met and they made the recommendation to the council. I brought that recommendation to the council. The council agreed. This is the result of that. I'm just, continuing that work. So that's how we got here. Now, if you want to, if the council says they want to do it as part of the entryway feature or whatever, I mean, it's up to the council.
I want to say something.
But I'm just saying how we got it.
I just have to say that I don't particularly like the what it looks like, but I have to admit that the price is, the sticker shock for what you're getting it's significantly high. My biggest concern is the fact that it's on King Concourse. I don't think that putting a message board sign on King Concourse is going to serve the purpose of what generally we want to have, because from the discussion that we've had previously, we've been talking about posting for meetings or have an event. Well, the last thing you want to do when you have 5,000 residents is inform the other 10,000 other cars that pass through King Concourse every day that we're having an event for the community, because when you want to advertise the Easter hunt or the snow day or the town picnic, it should be for the residents, not for anyone that just happens to be driving down King Concourse. And I think that it's going to have an undue burden on the staff that they're going to have to make a more considerable effort in the future now to weed out the residents versus the people that just heard about it. That being said, I think that if you're going to have a message board, I think having it either by town hall or having it by the new community center makes a lot more sense, just because it's generally where, people are going to be more able to congregate that are residents and not necessarily people that are just happen to be driving through the town. I also have a concern with the fact that it's coming from reserves. We have, we're going through our budget process, and, this is not something that's budgeted. Taking money, and by the way, depending on where you're putting it is what fund it's going to come from. Spending $41,000 on the reserves just because we want to have message boards. I don't really particularly hear a lot of complaints from people saying they don't know about a meeting. So I do have some reservations about this.
We could always hide it behind a bush, and then no one will come to the meeting.
That's really, I'm sorry, but that's really uncalled for.
All right, okay, it's my turn.
Excuse me.
Come on, please,
Kelly,
let's be nice,
with all due respect,
Let's be nice.
we can agree to disagree, but with all due respect, we're talking about $41,000 of taxpayer dollars. And I think it's
Just
worthy.
looking at how many hundreds of thousands of dollars on another project and other projects that we've discussed in here. And now all of a sudden to inform the citizens of when meetings are, and these town hall meetings, and Parks and Recreation, and Litigation Committee, and all the other ones that no one ever knows about. And when I come home at night and I see, oh, there's a workshop tonight. Oh, I forgot about it. Let me go to the workshop. You're right, we don't need that. Better we all stay in the dark.
With all due respect, I think the town does a great job, and I like to say that our staff does an incredible job in redundancy in making sure that we put everything up online and at town hall, and residents know. And as someone who's been active in this town for many years, I have to say that when there is something that's in contention, it's standing room only here. And we've all been through these meetings, so, we can agree to disagree, but I'm going to take the high road on it. Ms. Morano. Kelly, you have to...
Thank you, Jordan. My opinion is that this is a good start. This is not necessarily the exact sign that we want. We can probably all agree on that. That's not pretty enough. As far as having the sign, we have gone through an exhaustive discussion about citizens committees. We took the council members off, and I went to those parks meetings. And this was before Doris was on the council, and I heard many citizens, including, the former Parks Director of Miami Beach and other people who had been on the Parks Committee for a long time that you worked with, Jordan, when you were on the committee. And they agreed on this. They passed it up to us. We agreed to let JC go forward. So to now say that we don't need it at all, I don't agree with. I think that's a little disingenuous. But as far as the location goes, we see one photo here on the East Bay Harbor Drive and 96th Street. That will catch everyone who's coming from the east side. Whether you live on the East or West Island, you have to pass that point. Okay? The other example that we have is in front of what we used to call the Eagle Bank, facing the traffic. It will face the traffic that's driving eastbound. I'm not crazy about that location. I disagree with it because it basically shuts out the entire West Island. If you happen to come from Miami and you don't have a reason to come east, you might, many of you may not come across East Island for days, so you could miss something. So I think that the spots we have to hit are the sign facing east on East Bay Harbor Drive, and I'm not opposed to that location that we see. Might not be a bad idea to reach out to some of the business owners and landlords in the area just to let them know and let them weigh in. If we had a sign, we could say we're having a meeting about this sign, but that's a little too late. I think putting it facing the traffic that enters on the causeway. But again, I agree that we have to integrate this. We're going to have a big entry sign. Think more like where the gantry is. there's a little building there, there's a sign that says you're going to get, the toll by plate. So, we have a few signs already, and that's sort of our message area. So I wouldn't be opposed to integrating it in there. And of course, you're going to have a tree or two to soften it a little bit, and it's going to be prettier than that. So I'm in favor of it. I don't think that $20,000 per sign for a good quality, readable sign, I don't think it's outrageous. And I really do think that there's a need for more information. It's not that we don't do a good idea, that it's not redundant enough, but people get the newsletter, we're very timely about it, so it comes out a few weeks in advance, and, it's just not enough. But just like Doris said, when you come home and you see that sign, it's a little tickler. We're also going to be using this for voting. This could also be used for emergencies. If there's been, a leak of some sort or a pipe burst, we could put that message on there. If, evacuation, more emergency, things like that. And we're basically doing it anyway with that portable traffic sign. We use that, and that's very ugly. So, and then Mrs. Kennedy has to, get a little wild and make calls and get that sign out for us, so this would save her a lot of aggravation to do that. So that's my opinion.
Gordon?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know Marlene or Craig or Casey, you all remember the electronic signboard that we had many years ago on the Causeway, which we took down because it just never worked. But, if you're going to do a sign, then maybe really the Causeway Island is the place to do it on. I don't remember, did we have two out there, Marlene? One in each direction? We had one. But, you could put two out there so as you're going back and forth. I understand what you're saying, Kelly, that some people never cross the Causeway, but...
When I worked on Miami Beach, there were weeks that I didn't go across the Causeway. I used A1A exclusively, and I think there are a lot of people that do that, especially since we have the toll.
Right. Casey, we still own that little piece of land where the sign used to be in Surfside.
I believe we do.
We do. And I think we could put a nice sign right over there.
I agree.
Right, any sign, let me tell you, if we would consider any sign, it should be on a pole up in the air. Not, not at ground level where people can run their bikes into it, or you run cars into it.
But you gotta keep it where it's not, where you don't have drivers going like this.
One, we prohibit billboard signs, and two, we would have to get a permit from
Yes, you know what?
What's the likelihood of that?
We're suggesting things that are against our own code.
Right, pretty much.
Well, I think that there's two issues. One, we need to decide, do we want this? And then we need to find the right locations and we need to make it cohesive into what we're spending all this money for. I agree with Kelly, it needs to be cohesive with all the money that we're spending. We're doing a beautiful entrance rate, we're lighting up the bridge, we're spending all this money. There's nothing wrong in giving more information. The more information you have, the better it is for everybody in the town. And to alert citizens of different committees, different events coming, and letting them choose to participate or not participate. There's nothing wrong with that. That's really what, and I think the staff has done a wonderful job doing what they need to do. I just think I'm kind of in agreement with Isaac. I like it on the bridge there, and I do like it. I like it where Kelly said also, I like it, where that, I spend a lot of time going both islands, but I come from Miami all the time, and I do see where the tolls and how much it's going to cost, and that's a perfect place for it before, we get into the island, and it lets everybody know. I use the billboard a lot for, in the past for different events, and it would be nice. We just need to decide where we're going to put it. As far as the business district, I don't believe that some of the residents would prefer to have it not right there because their businesses are there, and it might block, the street level of where their businesses are. So I think we have to be, cognizant of where we put it so that it doesn't interfere with our retail businesses. But
Can we have this come back with some other ideas?
And prettier.
Of course I'll bring this back, and I'll bring with color, full color.
Jordan, I just wanted to say something. Every city that I've been looking at, and I've been looking at North Miami Beach, Hallandale, Miami Shores, which one? I forget which one, but I've been looking at them just to see, just to see. the common denominator that I've seen is that it's in front of their city hall.
Yeah. Except for...
They're on the main...
Yeah,
No. North Miami Beach is on 19th Avenue. Their main street is 163rd and Miami Gardens Drive.
That is an artery. It's an artery.
No, they have many mains, and that's not one of the biggest. But I'm mentioning that because our town is this small, and you can see town hall anytime, and that's where people come to look at meetings. And I'm just saying it and putting it out there, but usually it's in front of the government building, to announce the government meetings and the government happenings.
I mean, I know, I never drive past Town Hall. The only time is when I come here for a meeting, or I go see Ron, but otherwise, I'm out the island that way, or...
I just wanted to put it out there.
West Island resident, do they have to come, to the
Come
center
by.
of
We'll
East
figure
Island?
it. JC, I just want to say one thing, this is definitely all wishful thinking, though. I just noticed that you have it at noon in the middle of July, and it's only 77 degrees.
Listen, the reason I picked those locations, the direction I was given was Kane Concourse. This is the best location I can come up with on Kane Concourse without removing trees and, so now that I'm getting direction to find other locations, I'll bring back the different
You'll bring it back.
the monitors, and I'll bring that back next
We
week.
have a public comment, Mrs. Kennedy? Okay, thanks. Come on up.
Kathleen Kennedy, 9900 West Bay Harbor Drive. I don't believe it's conversation. You put up election signs and boards, why not do it electronically and bring it up to date? We have a community center coming on board. Why not post what's going on with our kids, with our seniors? Open up your minds. We're going to have, hopefully one day soon, a President Association. We can post our signs. We're going to do the Great Bay Harbor Ball one day here. Put it on a sign. Outside a government center that people have to find a magnifying glass to look at, Marlene, doesn't fly. I'm sorry. We have to find that building. This has to be where the public see it. No disrespect to you. And I think it's a great idea, by the way, and I think you should have an open mind on this issue, okay? It's also good for voting, campaigning, very good idea. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring it back. All right, next item on.
Item 18, consideration approval of a proposal from FIU, Florida International University, in the amount of $25,450 to provide professional services in a resident survey and strategic plan.
Okay, is there a motion for this?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's public comment. Mrs. Kennedy again.
Can somebody educate me on this issue, because I'm not quite educated on it, but if it's what I understand, that somebody from FIU is going to be taking a survey of what goes on here with the politicians, or what the issues, or can somebody explain it to me?
Ron.
Oh, what does that mean?
3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much. Ron, can you educate me, please?
He's gonna go over it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, at a request by Councilmember Reed to look into having a strategic plan and a survey. Originally, back during budget time, we had $10,000 for an intern, or under my part of the budget. It was suggested we could do a survey and a strategic plan for about that money and utilizing an intern. We met with FIU because they're a good university. They suggested that an intern might be, not that they wouldn't be up to the task, but it's not something that they would recommend, that they would work with their higher educated staff, or teachers and professors, to the faculty, to develop a strategic plan, to survey residents on different items. They would, meet with the council, meet with staff, and then dovetail that with a survey of the community, and it would be, in the plan, it would be done randomly, and, there's different methodology in how they would do it, but the cost, was not $10,000, it was higher. And that's where we are.
What is it? So bottom line,
It's a review of, I guess, a future planning document.
Talk to the buildings and talk to people, or is that your survey? I mean, I'm not educated on this, so forgive me for asking questions.
No.
I can...
But it's your issue, why don't you talk about it?
Thank you. A strategic plan is a guideline that decision makers operate by. So in order to represent all the stakeholders, the owners of all the various demographics, the residents, the developers, the business owners, the survey reaches out, and then there's even workshops. And that's when, in a strategic plan, all these people come together to identify what the mission of the town should be. A statement is created, and then every time you make a decision, you say, does that decision, is it aligned with our mission? That's one simple way, but as you can see, there are multiple pages here that talk about, how that's reached, and it's really considered a very progressive task to do in government, so that when, look at us all up here, we all have good ideas, but they're all different ideas, and this brings everybody together and steers us in the right direction.
So is it a rating on our community, or? No? Yeah.
Strategic planning, strategic planning, it's a management method, so to speak. So, if you have a very large organization, you may have some staff who can do it, but most organizations bring in consultants, and they lead this process, and it sort of helps streamline all the decisions that are made at this level and at the management level.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Any comments on this? I have some comments, so. All right. I have some comments. Actually, I gotta admit, when we put the money in the budget for the intern to do this type of survey, I was somewhat hesitant because I thought $10,000 was a decent amount of money, but this is over 2.5 times what we originally planned, and it's not even budgeted. And again, this is something that for a town of a little over 5,000 people to spend $25,000, to have everyone get phone calls and later have meetings on for stuff that we normally do anyway, I can't support it as it is. And I have to say for the record, I'm not, FIU has an incredible program. I know Dr. Murray and Dr. Frank professionally. I've known them for many years. They run a great organization over there. I just think that, if this was a larger municipality or organization, I can see where you would have the need and the demand to direct the services that we provide. But to be honest, for a town this size, it's very clear what we do. You call 911, the police show up. If there's, a street that needs to be fixed, we fix it. We run a very tight ship here, and I think the staff has run a very good program as far as running the day-to-day operations, and I think that when individual council members come up with ideas, we're pretty open to doing things. I mean, one example, for example, we have a resident in the audience that came up with a proposal to do some workout equipment, and guess what? It's in this year's budget. So I think we have a good track record of hearing residents and performing as needed, but to be asking everybody, what do you think? I think most people are going to say they like living in Bay Harbor. So I think that when people have issues with ordinances or particular issues, they call us. I mean, we're all each other's neighbors. It's such a small town. To spend $25,000 and it's not even budgeted, I can't support it as it is, even though that I do think FIU runs a great program.
Is there somebody here from FIU, by any chance?
No, they're not here.
We talked about maybe bidding it out, but Ron and J.C. pretty much surmised that this might be on the lower end of the scale.
I agree with the $25,000. I think this is needed, though, I think it's a good idea as far as asking the residents what they're unhappy about. But I think that we could actually do it ourselves with blind surveys, sending out a survey to everyone on the island and asking them what
they are unhappy with, or what they are happy with, or what they want to see on the island, or what they don't want to see on the island, and then taking all, and again, it's blind. Nobody has their name and address or anything on it. In other words, then it comes back to us to try and analyze where we're weak, where we're strong, what they want, what they don't want, what they're unhappy with, what they're not unhappy with. And I don't think we get a true, I think, some of the residents are apathetic and they feel they can't speak out or whatever, or be heard. That it's, but maybe they would fill out the survey, and maybe we could do it ourselves. Let me throw this question out. If the price were significantly lower, for example, if there was some kind of a grant or another institute of higher education that would be interested in participating for less, is the $10,000 figure something that sounds good to you, since it was in the budget at one point?
I like, personally, I have to be honest with you. I think if you're going to do it right. I think that if you're going to do it, I think staff's idea of going to FIU was the right way to go. I would have to say that if I had my druthers, if I had to pick whether having a professional staff like FIU do it or having us do it, I think 10 out of 10 times FIU, because I know they run a great program, they really do. If it was a professional organization like that, like a university, something that's impartial, third party, and we can bring that cost down, that's something worth talking about. I just think $25,000 is a lot of money that's not budgeted. That's and you see the consistency that when it's stuff that's not budgeted, I like to look for emergency items, things that we have to do. Otherwise, we wait for the budget. It's real simple. So that's kind of my thought process.
Jordan, if I may, it's not clear to me what the deliverable here is going to be anyway. I'm not sure when you set out this task, what in your mind were the results going to look like, and how are they going to be employed?
Some places they call this results-oriented government, where you start by reaching out to the community in a scientific way. I know it sounds good, and it would be very time-consuming, I'm sure, for staff, because you don't just, make up these questions out of thin air. It's a science to develop the questions and to conduct the surveys and to gather and collate the information. So the result would be that, for example, when we are talking about our budget, sure, we know, our infrastructure and certain repairs and certain maintenance and items that we're going to, have to, and then some things that we would like to have, our needs and our haves. But this would really help us focus on what the community is willing to pay for. So, we get a few gladiators who come out. We heard earlier from someone who said, I don't want my taxes to go up, but if they do, I want this, or, I don't want that, or I'd like to see this. But typically, this is what we get, a handful of people that are going to come out. Our decision-making would be more representative of a majority of our stakeholders.
So let me just say one thing. Budgeted or not, I don't see the need for this. I think it's quite honestly a waste of money, and I'll tell you why. We are a small community, and I know that I make myself incredibly accessible, as I know the rest of you do as well. When a resident has something to complain about or has something that they like, it's very easy to contact any one of us. I don't think anybody has ever had a problem trying to reach any one of us, so we bring the issue up. And we usually will address it as soon as we hear it. There's not any reason for us. This is not a large city that you're going to have to make an appointment and hopefully get in the front door through a chief of staff, through somebody else, and 6 months later, they're going to say thank you very much. Have a pen with the logo on it. We answer everybody, and I just don't see the need to spend any dollars when somebody.
For example, we were budgeting $20,000 for Mandarin for some people.
Well, that wasn't the budgeting. That wasn't the budget, because they were paying that back.
$19,000?
That was before they paid a cost. Just like the rest of the budget, as you know. That's the gross, exactly. They paid. For what? You're talking about when I was trying to push for languages, which I'm glad we actually got most of it in this year. But the fact of the matter is that was the gross. That's then they start.
My point is not so much the amount of money, but how to identify if that's needed. And if you have 2 or 3 constituents who call you up, does that really represent, you know, the 6,000 people who live here? That's what I'm trying to do, something extremely progressive that represents everyone and not just the people who are inclined to come out to the meetings or to pick up a phone and make a call. But listen, I can understand if this is too progressive for this town at this time.
I don't know.
So
I don't think that's necessary. First of all, you know, sometimes it might be...
It's okay. It really
It's just not necessary. I mean, anybody here, let me tell you, and the example you used when I was trying to expand the languages is actually a good one. That was residents came to me and said, we'd like additional programming. So here was the response. We went ahead and tried to do it. And then when we didn't have enough for some of the ones because we actually started a little too late, it didn't work. This year we're trying it again. If we get enough people, we have it. And if there's not a need, we don't do it. It doesn't cost us anything. At the same time, you know, again, it comes down to the same thing. Any single person, I'll tell you, anybody who's watching this on TV, anybody who's listening or whatever, you have a question, you have a need, you have anything positive or negative about the town, contact one of us. Yeah. Just pick up a phone, stop in, we're happy to answer.
Listen, 1-800 call Josh.
I answer anybody who's called me will tell you, no, honestly, anybody, I either pick up the phone or I immediately return the phone call.
But you know, always saying the point. I'm not saying that I want to do this, and I certainly am not going to spend $25,000 on it. There's nothing wrong with the word progressive. But it's a different concept than, you know, people calling you up who you know or don't know, and they like something, they don't like something or whatever. Strategic plan is something different. I mean, I understand what Kelly said. You know, there are, in all the years I've been up, you know, sitting up here, there aren't that many people who attend council meetings on a regular basis unless there's a really, you know, hot burning issue that they're upset about or happy about something and they really, you know, want to be heard on it. So I think we're talking about 2 different things. We all get calls from time to time that people are happy or upset about something, but that's not what this proposal is. But I wouldn't support a $25,000.
Right. So that's what I want to know is if 10,000 is a number that some of you might even consider, because as I do go to Florida League of Cities, and I've talked to people like Lynn Tipton, who's in charge of training, and then the other woman, I can't recall her name at the time. But, you know, I've asked around, and you never know. Maybe there's a grant opportunity, or maybe there's a student who would like to do it as a project. And I would just like to know, if it were free, would you want to dedicate the staff time? Do you think this is something worthy?
If it's free, I don't have a problem. I mean,
I think this is something perfect that can go on our Facebook page or whatever, like have the question of the week, you know, like a poll question on the Facebook page. Log on and say, are you in support of $1.5 million community center? You know, yes or no? And then we can get feedback like that, and, you know, we can compile, you know, week after week.
I like that, and to add on to that, I agree. I think Isaac's got a good point there, and it's a good use for the Facebook page. But I think on top of that, we can put the thing in the newsletter that actually gets sent out as well. Here is the question of the month. Please go vote at the, you know, on Facebook and go from there.
Well, why not put a survey in the
No, I think
newsletter?
so. We're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about, one thing is, you know, the pulse of the citizens at the moment. What right now the pulse is, and a year from now, depending on the demographics, who moves in, who moves out, that will change. That's a completely different thing. What I think Kelly is saying is different. It's a mission statement. What is it that our town is about? And so when I worked for United Way, we had a mission statement, and when we made policies, whenever we always went back to our mission. What is our mission for the town? But my concern are 2 things. One is obviously the financial aspect of it, and the second thing is I don't think that the staff has the time to really do this. I think that to ask them to do that would be taking away from other things that are as important. I think that if we got a grant, if somebody wanted to do it as a project, I think that's fine. I mean, that's great. I think that, you know, if we went back maybe to FIU and had a conversation with them and let them use our town as a project, as an example to help I don't know.
Well, this actually started from me talking to Dr. Al-Qadri at the Executive MPA program. And he told me at the time that an intern could do it, but they had to be paid $1,000 now, that the, you know, unpaid intern is kind of a thing of the past. Yeah. And that this would be not necessarily, you know, a student, but a graduate student, and the executive program is at night, so it's mostly working people. So, you know, it could be, imagine somebody already who has a work experience like JC, but JC has his MPA already. But imagine, somebody very qualified with a long history that needed to do their project would have been working. So that's how we started with this. It would be an intern. And you're right, I was about to say, this is not simply about a survey. This is about a survey of all the different kind of stakeholders to get us to this plan that includes a vision statement, a mission statement, and it's not just, like someone once said, something to go on your stationery or your email signature. This is more than that, because then to get to those, you have goals and objectives, and, it's many pages of plans, just like you have goals and objectives for the budget, basically. But I understand maybe, and we didn't expect it to be this much, so this amount is a lot for me to digest too. So it's two things. It's a concept, and I am going to continue to seek out more reasonable but professional organizations to take this on.
All right, so we're going to move on. Okay. All right, number 19, Mr. Manager.
Consideration and approval of a proposal from Plant Professionals for new holiday lighting displays on King Concourse, 96th Street and Shepherd Brook Causeway in the amount of $33,025.
I'll move it. Okay,
Wait, we have the discussion.
Well, first you have to make a motion, second, for discussion. All right,
You know how they like to micromanage.
all right, Mr. Manager.
Okay. I think I mentioned this at the budget workshop a week or two ago, whatever it was, second time. Just if you picture the new lighting concept, if you picture coming onto the island from the west, coming over the causeway, when you first enter the causeway where the toll plaza used to be, there are 12 royal palms. Those are now going to be, under this proposal, will be wrapped all the way to the top. And in the middle of that area, in that green area in the middle, it's going to say Season's Greeting, or Season's Greetings. In the picture there, it's in red. It's in red, but it will be, you see all different types there. I'll see that area. See, there's the area there. Now, I'm not proposing those particular colors. I was more looking at white. I was more looking at white lettering, maybe with some snowflakes on the sides. That can be done. And then in the 12 or 6 on each side, those royal palms will be wrapped with lights. As you keep going east, where the current holiday decorations are the Christmas tree, the menorah, the public forum, where the nativity has been, those areas there, that area is going to remain the same. The sailboats, I had some mixed feelings about the sailboats, from mixed reactions from the council. They would be different colors. This year we changed the colors on them. If you don't want them, we don't have to do them.
Well, the reason that we were going to, even though I'm not a big fan of sailboat, is because it's been very traditional, I've been told, to do the sailboat. And then I was asked to please give it a try and see, but they're not going to be, right, these puny little...
No, they're all going to be different colors. They're
big.
They were the same.
I thought they were so fine. It wasn't proportion to anything.
Like the scab sailboats that we got after the old sailboats.
They were terrible.
Were not pretty. They were like weird and not pretty.
Okay, I can revise those sailboats. We don't even have to do it if you don't want to. You don't have to do them if you don't want to. We can just keep that. Just with those decorations on that area where the hill is, keep those the same. No sailboats, we'll be clear, no sailboats. We'll keep going, if you keep going east, once you get to the West Island, the small palm trees and the medians, the rhodolinis, and I think they're Washingtonian palms or other palms that are there, those are going to get wrapped all throughout the entire West Island. On the light poles, you're going to have decorations.
As the trees will take them.
You're going to have pole decorations. As you can see, they're very neutral.
But we need to pick.
But you can pick.
Let me help you out.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll leave it up to you.
So we're going from the bridge all the way to the other bridge. The medium is going to be all wrapped and all with white lights.
Yes.
Then we're going to have on the poles, we need to pick a design that we want. So we need to decide what we want. There's a couple designs that we can do. So, go back. Okay, these are the designs. I don't think we should do blue and white. I think we should...
I can change, those colors.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, you need to decide which one you...
And there's more than that. There's another page. There you go.
Right, there you go. So those are the designs, but we need to decide which design we want on the...
Can we have different ones?
Yeah, you can have it.
I don't love any of them, but can you go down one, they're all pretty ugly, but if I had to choose, I would say the one right in the middle. I mean, that's the only one I would say is, yeah.
The blue one.
I can change the color if that is striking a nerve with anybody.
The gold was nice.
Can we have that one, but like some of them blue, some of them red? You can change the color.
What about just gold?
I think so. I don't want to be in the position where you're getting all blue, you know?
No,
I can change it, we can change the colors.
I think when you have too many colors, it becomes really...
I have a suggestion. Well, first of all, J.C. and I talked earlier, and he said, can you trust me to do, pick whatever? And I don't think J.C. should have to have that on his back.
It's a very heavy burden, J.C.
Yes.
For this conversation, you're
Yes, right? So whatever it is, let us be the final authority, and we'll take the heat for it, right? We agree on that? Okay.
Yeah. And
On that slide right there, the bottom one in the center, the green pole mounts, that is like a boomerang shape. That's very 50s. It's also very modern.
It's like Star Trek.
Well, but if you think about, picture that in like a turquoise color, and when you go into a store that sells holiday decorations, there's a very lovely metallic turquoise and silver. It's not representative of any of the religious colors that we typically see, and this actually goes with the boomerang design for the entry sign that we were considering.
It looks a little like it.
So and I think you can probably locate other, they're mid-century modern. Yeah, well, but actually, and it's 50s, it's really what, it's historically what you see a lot of our architecture. I like turquoise, and I'll tell you why. Think about the bridge. And, they're talking about like a beautiful kind of a blue color, but not a cobalt blue. And then think about the colors that you see in our logo, our stationery. We're all about water and the waves. And I probably am the biggest proponent for the sailboats because they keep us out of trouble, number one. They're not religious in any way. And we have, this wave motif it's going to be on the sign if you notice that. So the water and the waves, is very safe. That's why I like the sailboats. But as far as the poles go, I think this kind of 50s mid-century modern is a great design and a neutral color.
Okay, I think that the gold, if you look at the lighting, it's all going to be in the middle of the road. And as you go out to the lighting on the curve, I think that gold color will bring in,
but any of them, but which,
I'm not saying which one.
No, not the color. Just the design first, because the color we can make, right, J.C.? Any of them can be any color, correct?
That's correct.
So, I need you to first, we need to first figure out what design. I personally like the snowflakes. I think it's very, no? Huh? We just have snow here.
She said we don't have snow here, so...
We do it one day a year now.
We need the designers back.
Oh, my God.
Do you know what, before we start with this, I'd like if J.C. could finish, because there's some of the things that you really should know that's gone into this.
Don't forget the holly on
Yeah, I'll include that. So the west island, as I said, the median, the trees in the median are going to all get wrapped, and then one of these pole decorations will be on the light poles there. As you get onto the east island, you have the same pole decorations to match, and then whatever we decide. And then on the median, you currently have the year-round lights that are still up. So what we've done, or we are proposing to kind of separate this time as a little special. The ligustrum trees in the middle, they're also going to get wrapped. Those are only going to be for the holiday season. And then also the ligustrums on the sidewalks, like I think there's a grouping by where the park benches are.
Don't forget the park benches. We're lighting them up.
We're lighting the park
Lighting the benches? We're not
No.
lighting benches.
Oh, but the lagustrums around the park benches, around the sidewalk benches are gonna be lit as well. And then, the shorter poles, these are the lights that illuminate the sidewalk. There was talk about having some kind of holly, wrapped all the way up there, and we can do that as well.
All right.
And that is the proposal. I think it'll be rather...
What's it gonna be?
So, we
We've
need...
already installed most of the electric out to the median.
Oh, we're not there yet?
No.
Oh, we're not
We'll still
there
be
yet.
doing, there's still some electrical work that we'll be doing ahead of time before this, to get everything ready, so.
What's your lead time? I mean, when do we have?
Oh, we gotta pick now so they can start.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, so we need to get this done tonight.
JC, if you, that Christmas tree that you put...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, I thought my name was called.
No, I'm sorry. No, I was just trying to...
Oh, excuse me, I thought I heard my name.
No, I'll call you up. I got you right here.
Oh, you had me?
I do.
Okay.
Don't worry, you'll have your time.
So can we... Do we have an agreement on maybe that middle decoration there in a different color, or in the one that, like Kelly indicated, which is also very nice?
Well, what do you guys want?
I mean, listen, we just try to put some together, because there are
Tell you what,
literally...
think about it. I'm going to Mrs. Kennedy speak, and then everyone kind of digest all the pictures. Miss Kennedy, come on down. All right?
Come on down.
You have your 2 minutes.
Stay down, Marlene. You have to go down to the one that Josh likes. Oh, I'm sorry.
The snowflake.
I like the snowflakes. It's for children. We have to have... And I agree that everything should be white. White is classy. We have all these different colors. We think we're living in another world, in a third world. So let's have everything white, classy. I think this is beautiful. And JC, you put up a Christmas tree. That's awesome.
Yes.
I trust you, and I know that it's going to be absolutely amazing. For 10 years, guys, we've had nothing. The business district is going to love us. The developers, we should get a commitment from Mr. Bawano here to pay $5,000 for some of these lights. And, hello, and make this place beautiful for his business that hopefully he's going to be able to sell. So it should be a team effort here, with light up this place like Disney World. Okay, Mr. Bawano, the donation.
I don't mind.
So let's decide first of what we're going to put on our poles. Are we going to put the snowflake, or are we going to put the runway?
How about we
Let's
just...
alternate. Can we do, I like the one Kelly picked too. I think, can we do one like that?
We can.
We can do it too.
Let's do both then. Okay, let's do both, but what color? White? Should we just keep it all?
You gotta have two color, I guess.
So that one you need two colors.
So you want to do white and gold? Gold?
You know what's wrong with having like a blue and a red or something? Put a little color in
How about a blue and a green to keep it all
I like blue and green.
colors?
Blue and green? Okay, so
Because,
blue
and then we still have, like a blue
Right, because both of those have the white.
So you got the
Blue
green,
looks
leave
nice.
this like this one, and you go the other one, the blue.
Blue.
Okay, so
So basically, I can leave them the same. The other one has the blue.
they already did it for
Right,
you.
like that, and that's it.
How's that for
Alternate them up and down the poles.
All right, so we need to get a poll vote for this.
Look at our newsletter, right? Colors, blues and greens, white. It's our brand.
All right, so Marlene,
Actually,
We're not done.
No, we're only doing
Oh.
We're segmenting this stuff in there, okay? Don't worry.
all right?
What we have is we discuss.
Actually, can I...
I don't, we didn't discuss whether we are going to have the stairwell, or I thought maybe we could do instead of that, like, you know how,
Listen, I'm calling the question on the pole lights first. And
Oh,
JC,
okay.
you wanted to say something? Let's deal with the pole lights and we can move on.
I was going to ask, I don't have here any contingency, and then we're talking about the garland, so if I can add like maybe 5,000, just in contingencies in case.
That's fine.
that's fine.
That's fine.
So just to bring that up to 38,000.
Let's get this done. So this is
We're not finished with this, right? Because
No.
the
We're
thing I...
polling on the
What's-
poll.
what's
We're just
the-
talking about the
Just
poll.
the two
The poll.
Just the poll. The sale bus or anything else, just
Okay,
two.
we don't need a poll vote for that, the poll vote's for the amount.
Okay, so
Adding
we all
5,000.
agree on this?
But JC added 5,000.
How much did we budget for
The
this?
decoration.
We have a lot of money budgeted for this.
Okay.
This came in
So-
well under budget.
all right,
I don't even...
so we don't need a poll.
100,000 budget is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were-
Just so you know, the $200,000 came from the number I heard over in Surfside, some
Yeah,
crazy number.
that's what they said.
So they want to cut.
What's the next one? Because we all agree on...
Right, so we all agree on this,
So
okay.
moving on to the next one.
Moving on to the next one. Now, the season's greeting, I thought, that sign, I was just gonna do it white, maybe with some snowflakes in the background, keep it simple.
I would like to see handwriting. Seasons, like a...
Like in cursive, like...
Yeah.
That's fine, you can also do it in cursive, season's greeting in cursive, with maybe
I think,
snowflakes,
yeah.
or just season's greeting by itself, which is also there as well. But if I can flash it up a little bit, I will. Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Fine with
And I
me.
think that's the only thing, get white.
White.
And I think that's the only thing I need, because other than that, everything is just...
We're done.
No.
That's it?
No.
What else?
Sailboat.
The sailboat.
Oh, sailboats, I thought we said no sailboats.
Right, well, some of us, I wanted, like, you know how we enter the holidays, the boxes, like the presents?
The present
you know?
boxes.
You know, the present box, have you seen them?
Yes.
They're
We
beautiful.
We had those in polls years and years and
Oh,
years.
I don't know about that, but
Can we
I
do
thought maybe we
present boxes that are lit up?
That
Can
are
we do
lit
that?
up?
You mean by the season's greeting?
Yeah, can we do
Instead of
that?
the sailboats. I mean,
yeah,
that's
I
what
think
the
so.
season...
Because universally people give gifts, so I don't know.
You can have them like boxes interspersed throughout the causeway, or just
No,
like the season's
no,
greeting
by the
sign?
season's
By the season's
Just
greeting.
one.
Oh, yeah.
All right, if I may,
It really...
Noah's
the
Ark.
contingency, can I just, I wanna...
Oh, why? I just thought of it.
I just, I wanna make sure we get it all right.
You're fine. Okay, so we got it.
This is too complicated.
I'll just say, what I like about the sailboats or anything nautical, could be fish, dolphin, waves, some kind of boats. For the causeway, what's nice about it is, it's unique. You go all over town, you're gonna see gifts and, you know, your standard stuff, but we're going to all this trouble to make this beautiful Causeway Island and have this really unique something stand out. So that's why I'd like to see something a little different, unique, that's unique to our brand.
I don't think I can ask, go another year of people asking me about the sailboats.
Probably the only people that have, Christmas dolphins,
Well,
but,
see, in my unofficial strategic plan, people like the sailboats.
Oh,
That's all
right, exactly. All right, so are we in agreement on the boxes? Is that okay? Or is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, boxes. So we're gonna they better look very good. All right, so we have to poll vote this.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, wait a minute.
The cost,
Still
is the
want-
cost remaining the same, JC, or are you gonna do not to
Hold on.
Wait.
What item?
Yeah, just, if I can just make that...
It's an agenda item.
What's wrong?
Well, my problem is how long these lights will stay up.
No,
You
these
know, if
lights,
we're
these
gonna...
lights are through the holidays, they come on.
Well, that's
like-
not what this said. This said something about till January, here, they're gonna take them down January 2nd to January...
No, what I will do, I mean, if you want them a little longer, I can have them a little longer.
Well, that's what I'm
but
saying, if
the
we're gonna put
holiday
it
season
up...
usually ends sometime in early January. but
I'm not talking about season's greetings, but I'm talking about all these trees that are gonna be wrapped. I mean, why can't we keep it from when they put it up till, you know, a couple months after and then have it taken
Well,
down?
here's the reason.
Before
because
hurricane
These lights that are gonna be going up, they're really meant to be temporary. If we keep them up longer than they're intended to, you're gonna start seeing them out, and it'll be a very, you're gonna lose that effect.
Yeah, it's not gonna look good.
It's not gonna last as long as...
Once you start getting complaints.
So in other words, so by January 2nd, they're gonna start taking them down, you know?
I can push that back a couple of weeks, and
Yeah.
I tell them by mid-January.
I agree with that.
And then they'll come down at that point.
When are they going up?
The Three Kings.
They start installation in October,
Okay,
and then we
That's fine.
plug them in,
Right before Thanksgiving?
right before Thanksgiving.
okay, that's fine. All right.
That's good, wait a minute, there was something else, Joe. This is a 3-year
Yeah, that's
commitment.
in order, in order for us to get the price, it's like a
So
it's a
just so
3-year
everyone
commitment.
knows, it's a 3-year commitment.
Although we do have an out if we don't like this or...
If we don't like it.
You can get out of the 3-year commitment?
Literally. All right. Any other issues? Okay, hearing none. Poll vote, please.
I need a clarification on the, you said the price was gonna change. Do you want it not to exceed or something?
Because with the gift boxes and the,
So what, not to exceed?
40.
40.
Good.
Okay.
That's fine.
Who made the motion? Where do those go?
I believe-
Causeway only?
Yeah, in the causeway behind the season screenings. Okay.
So,
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Bob, and you seconded?
okay, so you have to amend.
I'll amend it to incorporate the not to exceed amount
Yeah,
I'll second it.
and the selections that we've made.
I second it.
great.
Okay, Councilman Fuller?
4.
Councilmember Morano?
4.
Councilmember Reed? 4. Councilmember Sauer?
4.
Councilmember Yaffe?
4.
Vice Mayor Bruder?
4.
Mayor Leonard?
4.
Unanimous.
Great. Congratulations, we have caller lights. Mr. Manager, number
Item
20.
20, reconsideration of an approval of a construction trailer located at 10201 East Bay Harbor Drive, as required by Section 23-47 of Bay Harbor Islands Code. And you have the site plan, logistical plan, and the request. They originally downsized the request and then asked to reconsider for a larger trailer.
Can I have a motion? I'll move it. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a comment from Mr.
Yeah, can
I want to bring something to your attention. They're asking for 2 trailers at this location now with this new request. They're asking to keep the smaller one and have one that's smaller than that. And they're kind of, I have to put it there because of the agenda, but you also have a discussion further down on changing the code,
Right.
perhaps to have minimums or maximums sizes on trailers. So I wanted to bring to your attention that their new plan has 2, keeping the small one and then adding another one, not as large as the double wide that they proposed before.
But why
I
do
just
they
wanted-
need 2?
But there's
Yeah,
two
you know
lots.
what, I gained some knowledge between last time we discussed this and now that I can actually answer that, because I had the opportunity to stop by the construction site where the Monarch property, you know, the multi-million-dollar hole in the ground, and, you know, I happened to wrangle one of the construction managers there, and he was genuinely concerned about the potential ordinance that we're about to pass regulating, the size of the construction trailer. And he, explained to me the necessity, of having a construction trailer that is relative to the size of the project and relative to the number of guys that are going to be using it during the construction phases of the project. And he explained to me that, the larger projects, first of all, they have, huge plans. There are several levels of plans that need to be dealt with simultaneously. So it's not as if these guys can go into an office and then change offices, et cetera, et cetera. That's one thing. So each, kind of guy needs a separate office. Plus, they need a main office to meet, both with vendors, with buyers, et cetera, right there on the site. And, the way it was explained to me, it was incredibly logical. And, and I asked them straight up, I said, does the size of the project reflect on the size of the trailer that you need? And he says, absolutely. Larger projects, more complicated projects need more trailer space. And, I think we're starting, and I think we're going down a path where we're imposing regulations that don't have that big of an upside for the community, but have a larger downside, for the folks that are involved in the construction project. And I think, we might be meandering down, a road.
I have a question for Marlene. Is it legal to rent an apartment to use as your office? Because I know there are some projects where there's no room for a trailer, it's wall-to-wall construction.
If the council approves the sales office, for example, or a construction office, not rent an apartment, but they've approved it on their property, on the person's property.
Years ago for...
Carl Walk,
Carl
yes,
Walk,
but they happen to own
Right,
the
they
building
own-
across
right.
the street.
Right.
So he wasn't renting a unit for that purpose. The residential district is residential.
Yeah.
Well, but you can have a home business.
Yeah, but there's only supposed to be an office, and not supposed to be any coming and goings, and...
Right, I'm not necessarily saying for the sales center part, but, I mean, like O Residence, for example, they had the sales center previously, and I think they're sold out, but now, there's no space at all. I don't think they'll be coming to you, I mean, they're just like sheet piling to sheet piling.
Well, that's why you have
Dewatering.
several sales centers on Kane Conway.
Okay, right, exactly. So, in other words, it's not an absolute necessity to have the trailer on site, it's a convenience.
That's right.
Well, there's a couple of different aspects. I think Isaac was talking about a number of them. One is construction,
Right.
and then one is sales. I mean, your sales center
Well,
may be somewhere else.
I'm sorry, but they have to have the plans for the building official when he goes there to inspect. They have to have a place to keep the plans.
Secure.
And the size is debatable, but they do have to have a place. When Dale goes into the site, he needs to see the plans, they need to show it to him. Because he's there to do certain inspections, so they're supposed to be on site.
On the bottom.
I have no problem with like the sales center when there is no construction and you put little trailers on there. That's a sales office. I have the problem when, like this is coming into the swale of the street. And I mean, these projects have become so huge that there is no room for these big trailers. And I think 80 by 20 was big enough for them to come in and look at plans and do what they have to. And if they have to, go on to the business district and get an office.
So,
I'm going to make a motion to approve the request on item 20.
Yeah, it's all right.
If it hasn't been moved, and you say they're asking for two, I mean, they've got like a double or triple lot over there, and
They have a triple lot. The original request was for a 24 by 44, which was the double wide trailer, and their current request is for an 8 by 20 and a 10 by 44.
I'll second it. It's already been moved and seconded, so we have public comment.
wait 1 second. I want to ask the building department, do you
Yeah.
believe,
the building department.
I mean, sorry.
Building official.
Here's the whole, well, he's the main guy.
Building official.
He's the man. Do you think
Yeah,
that, I understand they need to have their everything there for you, but my question is, and I do understand what Isaac's saying, but I don't think that if buyers want to come or that kind of stuff, they can go to their offices for
This is
that.
not a sales office, it's actually a business office, as Mr. Salver explained. Plus, in addition, they need a storage trailer for their equipment. They've got a lot of expensive equipment on these sites, and they do need to secure those. So,
So what is the size that you think can be the minimum required for them to be able to have their things without it being intrusive into our community?
well, if they have the two trailers, I'm assuming that one of them is going to be for storage of equipment. You know,
No,
so
not what they're requesting.
What is?
They're requesting both for
Yeah.
offices.
And they do have vendors coming to the site.
There's a
and,
gentleman in the
you know,
back who I assume is-
meeting with contractors and things of that nature.
But do they need to meet on
Yeah.
time for
Oh,
vendors?
yeah, they definitely, because most of them have weekly meetings of subcontractors and things of that, so they do have meetings.
Okay, so what,
Stephanie and Dale, there's a gentleman in the back, let's call him forward,
I
who's
understand
involved
that.
with the project,
I-
who's talking
but-
about the specific trailers, because we're on item 20. We're on item 20, we're not on the other
I
items.
understand, but
Really?
I understand that, but I'm trying to get from him, I know he's going to explain to me why he wants it. I would like to hear from him exactly what he thinks is necessary for this
Right, but there
specific
seems to have been a
place.
contradictory answer as to the
Yeah.
reason and the purpose of the two different
You know,
trailers.
I can't manage their construction site.
Right,
and
I'm not
they
asking,
can.
I'm asking him
Go
what
ahead
is
and
the
waste more
minimum.
time.
I will. I mean, everybody else gets to ask. Why are you
Okay,
interrupting her?
For a very specific reason, Doris, to get more information,
I mean, let
to
her...
get to the bottom of it, because we
she's
will
talking,
run out of
and
time
now
this
he's walked
evening.
away.
All right, so let's hear from Mr. Slade, and we can bring up Dale if you want, but, you know, let's find out what...
I think go to the source and get the information, because we're on item 20, not the other item.
But you have in your packet, by the way, the layout for the two, he
Yeah,
provided
it's
that
all
to
the
us.
layout.
So that gives you kind of an idea how they're organizing their office, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Good evening, council. First off, I'll put a sailboat, my name is Jeff Slade with Miller Construction Company, Vice President. I'll put a sailboat, some packages, dolphin, whatever you want, we'll light it up. So
Just give us the cash equivalent.
Right. This is a $20+ million project. This is a small business. We have 150 workers on site during the peak of the project. It is not two trailers.
sales trailers and construction trailers need to be completely separate, okay? The more people that we have on site to manage the construction crews, the more control we have. Right now, we have a senior superintendent and a project engineer on site, 2 guys. Without a trailer, I can't bring down the rest of the staff. So the rest of the staff is going to run the construction job from our main office in Fort Lauderdale. We've got two additional project managers and 1 project administrator by the name of Sherry, and she would love to have a bathroom, which is one of the reasons why we like to have a trailer. We also, at times when there's sensitive equipment in the building, we'll have after-hour security. I know there's no construction, there's constraints to the time that we work, but we do like to keep security 24 hours. Document control is huge. I mean, it's a business. It's a $20 million business. I've got massive shortage of skilled workers. So my superintendents aren't sitting inside a trailer flipping plans. They're answering questions on site that have to be answered instantaneously to keep the project moving. Got flagmen, deliveries. We have $3 million projects that I demand our project managers put a 12 by 60 trailer. And the project manager back there, I've had several conversations with him about being on site. The more people that you can have from our company on site, the more control you're going to have. And you always have direct access to me. We've been in business for 42 years. 95% of our business is from negotiated and it's repeat clients. So it's our reputation that gets business.
But can you explain why you need 2 trailers?
I'm sorry, yes.
What the purpose is?
Yeah, 1 trailer, the smaller trailer isn't a trailer. It looks like one of those containers, and it's for small tools, light stands, power cords, drills, saws. We're a general contractor, we're construction managers, so we don't do the work ourselves, but we do have to have things for cleaning and safety in that trailer.
Okay. I have a question. Are they air conditioned?
Yes.
Okay,
Air conditioned.
so both of them?
No.
Just the
No,
front
the small
office,
one.
obviously. And what kind of an air conditioner is that? How loud do you think it is? So you're going to leave it on all night, or can you turn it off?
It's controlled with the thermostat. We can turn it off at night. That won't bother anybody.
Is it a split, or is it,
Yeah,
it's probably not a wall unit or central, I don't know if they have them there.
Do you know what they're called? They're wall units. They're very quiet.
Like a split, like a skinny...
Yeah, there's a name for them. I'm sorry, I don't know, but it's if you picture a normal wall unit that sticks out of a window,
Yeah.
it's about that loud.
Are you willing to ensure that noise is kept to a minimum, not during the day so much, but out of concerns for the people that live across the street? Some of them have older apartments with, older windows.
Sure, yeah, all I need to do is put a dehumidification unit inside the air conditioning trailer. I'll turn the air conditioning off at night, put a dehumidification unit inside, and it's fine.
If it doesn't bother anybody, then it might be fine to leave it on, but just as a contingency, because we were talking earlier about noise, and air conditioners, right adjacent. So my other question is, I can't tell by this diagram, the blue lines with the boxes that are out on the street, where is the walking path? Is that...
They're in the swale.
Right, so that's where the parking used to be? I can't really get a concept of how far out it comes.
They're in the gutter. They're at the gutter, so there is
Right
walking.
at the gutter, so it's just adjacent to the walking path.
Yeah, it's up to the wall.
Is there anything that protrudes towards the street? Because, we have a lot of pedestrians here,
No.
so, okay.
No, that's a huge concern of ours, the liability, of course, of having
And then I'm
pedestrians
also
in the area.
thinking about the building next to it, the Notique, as people turn in and out of there, because one of the other buildings on Bay Harbor Terrace complained about visibility as they're coming out. So I'm not sure how that would be affected. And your own visibility, too.
Yeah, there are industry standard site triangles for getting in and out of neighboring properties, and we'll abide by those rules.
This is my problem, is that we're starting a trend here with these large trailers. You've got the large projects, the large trailers, they come out to the swale, and this is what and then they're talking about storage units. This is what our residential side of the island will look like, going forward. We have all these construction sites. How did they do it without all these big trailers? All these other construction sites? Why can't his offices have a trailer and have his offices so the girl can go to the bathroom?
on King Concourse.
Well, I can
An
tell you,
office.
oftentimes what happens is the general contractor illegally occupies an apartment, and then you have the subcontractors coming in and out of an apartment all day, going and
Well, I'm
asking
saying
questions.
an office space.
Right.
This was reduced. This used to be a double wide.
Right.
Now
I
it's
know, I'm the
not.
one who asked to reduce it.
Right. And so now it's 10 by 44 as opposed to
10 by
24.
44, that's almost this size here, and I can't imagine that you have to have a trailer that size.
So
From
you-
your desk to over here
It
to
should-
this
it should
wall is
be-
almost
The
40
frontage
feet.
of that building is 225 feet, more or less.
Yep.
Doesn't matter, you're looking at...
So-
the
Okay, let's finish with, we have public comments.
It should be noted that this is still behind the fence. It's
Yes.
not in the street, it's
But
all
it's
behind.
coming up to the street where, you know,
Mrs.
I mean,
Kennedy.
we're getting moved
Hold on.
out and out further. It's the residents that, you know, I mean, you should make the buildings smaller so you can fit these big trailers.
We're gonna finish, she has,
Stephanie, I appreciate you, kind of trying to find out if this is an eyesore. I just heard that gentleman, by the way, is this Thornton? Because if it is, they're the best.
Miller.
Are you Thornton?
Miller.
Oh, okay, because I love Thornton. They are the best, they really are. Anyway, I just heard this gentleman saying that at one given time, there's going to be 100 and, what did you say, 100 and many people? Where are they all going to park? I hope they're in our parking lot getting money.
Have a shuttle.
Excuse me?
We have shuttles.
Shuttles. Why aren't they in our garage giving us money, the wonderful city manager?
We have plenty of people.
Shuttles, we have a lot of cars. in
Shuttling
the
from where?
All over.
From home?
All over.
All over. So all over's making the money, the city's making the money. Why aren't we making the money?
The parking garage is pretty full with other construction sites. And
Way up on top, there's plenty of room.
so are the other lots.
See? And everybody's making money but us. Okay.
thank you. All right, any other comments from council?
Could this be a possibility for an impact fee, a trailer impact fee,
All right, well,
used for decoration?
I'm gonna call the question. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
Opposed.
Okay, so it's 6-1. All right, number 21, Mr. Manager.
Discussion requested by Councilmember Reed regarding possible amendments to the town code for regulation of below-ground parking garages and vehicle parking lots.
Okay, I'm going to make this really quick. I go to most of the planning and zoning meetings. We had a workshop last year where we invited the P&Z members, the professionals, to give some ideas. And these are the two ideas that I'm hearing over and over again. And I think we even got an email several months ago from Mr. Telesco about the underground parking garages. We know that there are two of them right now that have had, they're kind of the deep ones. They've had a lot of trouble dewatering. And at the last P&Z meeting that I attended, Mr. Telesco actually made a very coherent, long-term statement about what could happen. We also have a few buildings, one that's a newer building with a deep garage, another one that's been here for several decades. But I'm concerned that if we have garages, subterranean garages that are deep, and they have a potential to flood, even though they have pumps and sophisticated equipment. I mean, we've all seen that there are tunnels that you can, dig, and they have systems and all that. And I'm concerned that it could create a situation where later down the road, after they're sold, those developers are gone, the garages flood a couple of times, the insurance companies have to be activated, and then we end up with an albatross later down the road that many of our Bay Harbor children will have to deal with. So I'm just putting it out here for you for discussion, in addition to the idea of the vehicle parking lifts that one of the other professionals on the P&Z thought could be a future problem. And I'm not going to belabor it very long. I also had a meeting with the chief building official, Mr. Lee, with the planner, Mr. Miller, and Ron, the manager, and we talked about it, and the three of them didn't really see a big concern. What did come out of that meeting was some discussion about sea level rise and how the height of the seawalls
is more of a concern than these items. So I had asked to put that on there, so I'm going to put that at a later date and talk about the seawall heights. But at this point, I would really like us, to think about this, to talk about this. It's not about punishing developers and not letting them get what they want. It's about doing something prudent for the long-term, sustainability of the town.
Well, I mean, I spend a lot of time in New York, and as you know, there are a lot of lifts there.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of used to having parking garages with lifts in them, but I don't think that it should be self-operated. I think that if we're going to have lifts, that we need to have somebody in each building that can actually, be able to handle the lifts. I personally don't have a problem with lifts. I mean, I've had my cars on lifts before, so that, I think that's also maybe a little newer concept in Miami than it is up north to have lifts. As far as undergrounding, I think I talked to Mr. Telesco too about it, and his theory was that he thought, well, if we don't do that, that we will be able to go up another floor. And I said, absolutely, that's not happening. And I think that when he was speaking like that, he said he would prefer to have another level than to go underneath. So I said to him, Tom, that's just not an option that's open for us. So, again, like I said, I'm used to lifts, so I mean, my only concern would be who was operating the lifts.
I have a question for Mr. Lee. Please, come on. Please, come on.
I think Mr. Telesco was of the belief the council could,
Right.
as a benefit, to not do that, the town could just just grant an extra floor.
If they're hazardous, they're hazardous, whether you're going to give something back or not.
But you're talking about the
problematic.
lift,
No, he was talking more about the underground
Right, no,
itself
no.
because of the dewatering.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot, Mr. Lee. You're a building official, you've been, how long you been doing this?
How long have I been doing it?
Yeah.
36 years, yeah.
All right. In your professional opinion, what's your thoughts on parking lifts, on underground parking? I have to defer to staff because, you're the guy we pay all this money to.
Yeah, I think that's the thing of the future. At Sunny Isles, they've got a 60-story building and they take the car up to your apartment, 60 stories. But as far as the underground, I think Tom Telesco's problem was with the rising water.
No, I understand.
Water table, and he was more concerned with seawall heights and water intrusion.
Are you concerned about that as far as the project?
About a year ago, Mike and Marlene and I worked on a change, and we did raise all the seawalls at the time. We allowed them to go up to 6 feet in some cases.
5.5.
And I think that's the biggest issue, the rising tides. But as far as the lifts go, there's people with them in their private homes, their private garages. You pull in, you see them at a gas station. You pull in and you raise it up. I mean, it's not a big issue.
So you're not concerned?
No, I'm not.
Do you have a concern about who's operating the lifts?
No.
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 Our ordinance prohibits,
You pull up.
requires that there be somebody other than them, no?
No.
So we can do that.
Bob, I think he saw, there are homes on the home island that have
We're
lifts.
not saying, but like
Yeah.
Well, Riva has them.
I thought if they had lifts that they had to have an operator as opposed to...
Well, Riva has them, and I think the council required them to have an operator. But you pull up on a platform and you've got a key that you put in the thing and you raise it up and you park another car under it. So it's not really a big thing. I haven't heard of any crashing or falling off the lift, so.
Okay.
Most of all the P&Z approvals, if they have a lift, they have to have an operator. It comes with that. They do that now.
Okay.
So, Kelly, are you suggesting perhaps that we relax our parking requirements in developments? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not. Keep in mind that, I'm bringing this to you because it's what the P&Z is suggesting there, and this was supposed to go last month, and, it got delayed. So, and then in the meantime, like I said, I had the meeting with our 3 professionals, and in lieu of taking this off completely, I just still wanted to have a brief discussion. Like I said, I didn't want to belabor it. I just wanted to share with you since we can't talk anywhere else.
That's true.
So I'm having this conversation with you, and I don't know if you have public comment or not.
We have some public comment.
But I'd like to say something too.
All right,
I wanna
Mrs.
wait.
Morano.
Well, I mean, I think this is a nightmare. I mean, we've had the Riva is the one here that's 8 feet below. Now you're looking at ones that are going to go 10 feet below and 15 feet below. I mean, these are worse than Riva, and we had so many problems with the Riva. I don't mind lifts. I mean, that's a whole other story of it's dangerous and with kids and things, but what worries me more is the flooding of the garages. I mean, if there's any water intrusion or rain or whatever, and sub pumps don't work, we could have a nightmare here. And these are things that I think that should not be allowed. It's like the air conditioners that being along on the balconies. Who's ever coming up with these ideas? I mean, I'd hate to be the one who has to fix this.
When you say we are having a problem with the Riva, can you explain,
Was
can you
there a
define
problem?
we?
Wait, was there a problem with the Riva?
Not that I know of. Did we as a town have a problem with the Riva?
Not the town. Well, the residents of the Riva were unable to park in the garage for a few different reasons. The way the building was built was probably bad. But there's a few things that were wrong with the Riva, and we should learn from the Riva. And meanwhile, there's a list here of ones that have been approved, they're under construction. We don't even know what's going to happen. And I know I have a pool where sub pumps don't work, and comes the time when those pumps don't work for the garages, we're going to have flooding, and you're going to have cars that are floating.
We've had underground parking. If you read Michael Miller's summary, we've had underground parking here since the 70s, 60s, 70s.
Yeah.
This is all about mitigating future problems, and insurance is a problem that should be on our radar. Because even, like Telesco had said, you have a couple incidents, just imagine you have 80 cars in a garage and, probably half occupied, some luxury cars, multi-million-dollar payouts a couple of times, sea level rise. I'm looking ahead like 10 years from now, just thinking, is this something? And, maybe not banning the undergrounding altogether, but either strongly encouraging or, maybe reducing the amount, it's, instead of some of these extreme depths, maybe a little bit less.
We have some, I'm sorry.
The only thing I was going to say briefly is, I think in, the condominium documents, generally when they have the, subterranean parking, and sometimes they have their storage down there as well, there's huge bold-faced disclaimers, that they're not responsible, and you know what you're buying into, and you know what you're getting, and you know that your storage area or your parking space may flood. They do have pumps. Do they work all the time?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no experience in that. But the insurance issue, of course, is if you're living in a building that has an underground parking and you're an island, then you may have issues. And the building may have issues, insurance issues.
I think, indirectly it's everyone's problem because you're talking about valuation or, when those values, could possibly plummet because they're harder to sell because they're known for flooding or something, that affects all of us. So it maybe not directly, we don't own a unit there, but I think it is an indirect effect.
Let's get with the public comment. Mrs. Newhut? Yep.
Frances Newhut, 1060 Kane Concourse. I'm a bit disturbed with Miller's white paper, and it says that building below base flood elevation must prove it is protected from flood waters and provide pumps, flood panels, etc. that satisfy the building official. If they're referring to our building official, we have a problem. There has been underground flooding at the Millennium, the 10,000 building, and the foundation at the Monarch at this time. And with other new projects, I have taken photos of retaining water after a rainstorm. To avoid the town liability, similar to the Millennium Project, each of these new developments and underground parking and vehicle parking lists should give an estoppel letter to the town to absolve our government from any liability. Because According to his plans, we are the highest, we're in a very high, probably the highest floodplain elevation here, very dangerous with flooding and hurricanes. And it goes on to state, and Doris had mentioned it, we're going down 16 feet now. It used to be 8 feet, which was this Riva that was a problem. Now we're going 16 feet. And no studies. And they're saying, well, it's okay because the town building inspector said it's okay. So we better get some insurance in this town before we have a problem. The other thing is, if this is good for our town to do underground parking, why all of a sudden has P&L come up with the idea that we can't underground? Our soils, according to them, are the underground parking garages and vehicle parking lifts are not practical in this type of environment where there is landfilled marshland. If that's the case, and that P&L is not going to underground, hey, why are we undergrounding? That's more of a risk for our town.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Rufield, you're up.
Paul Ruthfield, 1231 95th Street, Bay Harbor. Steffi, I agree with you wholeheartedly about the lifts. They don't have problems in New York with the lifts, but most of the lifts are on street level. They're not underground. I am very much opposed to underground parking. I have seen situations in various cities where the underground parking has wiped out hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equity that people own. You can't keep the water out. If water does come in and rise substantially, you can't keep it out. I don't care how high you build the seawalls. Because if you'll notice, the bridges where they come in, where the seawalls meet the bridge, always has an opening. Otherwise, the water can actually literally go up on the bridge, come down the bridge, and now you're in the flat land again. There's no way that I can imagine that you can guarantee that because of the bridges, you'll never have flooding. You'll have flooding in the basements. People will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, in property if you allow these things to go on. And, you know, on the one hand, we're talking about digging underneath for putting in parking, and on the other hand, we're allowing a building right next to the bridge that's a hotel to use 21 parking spaces in our parking lot, and that's it. You tell me that's going to fill the need?
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Amsterdam?
Good evening, Matthew Amster, law firm at Burke Howard Ellen Fernandez, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I represent a number of property owners on the island, including a number that are listed in the attachment to Michael Miller's memo. These people already have valid development approvals and are in the permitting process. And we just, one of the points I'd like to make is just if there is any action going further from this evening that, not change the rules of the game for these people that are already in the process, have definitely expended a lot of time and energy and effort to make these projects a reality and have been into the city's process to do that. Another point is that let's not just throw everything out with perhaps one bad apple. As Commissioner Salver mentioned, there is very viable and long-standing underground parking, not just here, but in other nearby municipalities that has been very successful. Flooding will happen, of course. But that's usually in the very rare, large storm type of situations. You have to make sure that you not only trust your building official, but these people are spending, major millions of dollars to build projects. They cannot have them fail. They don't intentionally build poor structures so that they are a problem and may lead to damage for personal property. They could damage the whole building. It's a safety issue. So again, everyone is putting their best foot forward to try to build the best projects possible. And there is a benefit actually to undergrounding. One way to look at it is, again, finished floors have to be at base flood, which is considerably higher, a number of feet higher than the roads. And you have the opportunity when you underground parking. Parking is one of the very few uses that you can actually provide underground, below base flood elevation, because it's non-habitable space. People are not going to lose their living apartments and areas. So if I just may add 1 second. Thank you. You can help, by undergrounding, you help to hide some of the parking and allow for, more landscaping and not see parking, or not have to put larger screening of parking if you underground it.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
The clients, I mean, you just, the clients that are in your portfolio, that, to the best of your knowledge, I know that you're an attorney, you're not an engineer, nor are you a contractor, am I correct?
Correct.
But to your knowledge, do your clients do studies, geological studies, and, different types of, pre-construction studies that would illustrate to them the viability of building below-ground parking?
Absolutely. Even just for the foundations themselves, any contractor building, more than a single story is going to have to do, and it's required. Even your building official would tell you that seismic studies and other soil studies and, the support underground and where the water table is, and how it's structured underground, they do that routinely. For just regular construction, they will definitely, do it in order to ensure that they can build. The further you go underground with all the dewatering that's needed, it costs more money. So it's not necessarily in the developer's best interest to underground, but there are benefits. There's a cost and analysis that has to be weighed for, again, being able to hide a significant amount of the parking, to provide lifts is, again, a safe space saving, because you can reduce the height necessary for this, but it does cost more money. So they're weighing the opportunities, and
I think we got it.
But I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Just a follow-up question for our attorney. Thank you, Matthew.
Sure.
By virtue of our code alone that permits underground parking, have we created any additional liability for the town, in case there was damage because of a storm or a flood?
No.
All right. Is there any desire to move this forward? Hearing none, we're going to move on to number 22.
Mayor, can I make a request? Item 22 could take some time, and it's a little bit of a confusing, complex item if due to time. Can we move? I have no problem in moving this to the next meeting.
Done.
All right, moving on to number 23.
Oh, you were here for that?
I'm just surprised.
Yeah.
It's not, so we're,
I would move to unmove it.
no, I mean,
There was someone, he's an attorney.
I'm sorry, Lou, I didn't know you were here for that item.
Oh.
I thought you just liked us.
Yeah, so let's,
he's already seconded. No, I mean, we have 15, tell you what, let's go over some of these others, and if we need, we can move it back, okay? Because remember, we have to end at 11, so number...
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mike. It's on my place.
Actually...
23, discussion requested by Town Council at the June meeting regarding possible amendments to the town code to regulate the size of construction trailers. And we've already discussed that.
Yeah, we did. All right. So, do we have a consensus on moving this forward?
Nope.
No? Okay. What do you guys want?
Move on to the next thing.
All right, move on. Okay.
I mean, I think we should go to number 22, actually. I mean, it's really not fair.
I mean, so are we gonna...
We're on 23. What did you put in to speak on 23?
We're on 23. I don't have anything for 23. So, we're taking it out of order, Mrs. Newhut. Thank you. We're taking it out of order. If we have time, we'll get back to it, as per staff's recommendation. So 23.
No, I think we decided that we're not moving forward on 23. Nobody wants to do anything on 23, so that's true.
Okay, so we're done with 23. Okay, so number 24, please.
Discussion requested by Mayor Leonard regarding the possibility of applying for historic designation for the town-owned gas station located on the Causeway Island. This was one of the 5 locations recommended in the 2006 historic survey, and it's one that we own.
All right, I've been speaking to the staff of the Historic Preservation Board for Miami-Dade County, and one of the properties that we actually own is the gas station. And if you've ever spoken to Mr. Broad, to Morris Broad, you know, they'll tell you a very interesting story about how Shepard Broad, the founder of our town, went through this very interesting process of trying to entice a company to build a gas station here. And one of the things that he's mentioned is that it's actually the first gas station in America to have air conditioning. So and definitely from the town's report that was done in 2006, it met the benchmarks through that survey to be potentially historic. And if you approve this tonight, the staff will be allowed to actually apply to the county to ask the board to designate the gas station as a historic property. And, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we were sent an email from Kathleen Kaufman, who's the Historic Preservation Chief from Miami-Dade County, regarding this item, and she asked that I read this into the record.
Sure.
Her email states, "Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. We have been advised that there might be some interest in the preservation of the Bay Harbor Islands gas station located on Broad Causeway. We understand from speaking with the mayor that this station played an important part in the early history of the community. Additionally, a previous survey that was prepared by the city indicated that the station was eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. While our office has not done any extensive research into the history of the property yet, we are very interested in working together with the town to accomplish some historic preservation initiatives and look forward to hearing what direction the council has decided to take. Thank you, Kathleen Kaufman, Historic Preservation Chief, Miami-Dade County."
Okay. All right. Any comments?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is I would not be in favor of designating this right now. I'm not saying we shouldn't later on, but we've got the leases ending in, 2 years?
Couple of years.
Yeah, so at that point, I mean, I think if we have it designated now, we essentially lose all of our bargaining position whatsoever for a new lease 2 years from now if we are going to leave it as a gas station. I'd rather look at this in 2 years, and if we decide to maintain it as a gas station, which we may very well do, at that point afterwards, after we've negotiated a better lease or revenue for the town, we can always have it designated at that point.
I mean, when we negotiate to lease it as a gas station. There's never been discussion about making anything other than...
We don't know. We probably not. But my point is, if you designate it as a historic and they can't make any renovations to it whatsoever, then the problem we have is 2 years from now, you know, we're stuck. I mean, it's the negotiations for getting a good lease from the gas station disappear. I'd rather have the bargaining position and be able to do it at that point.
I'm for designation. I think that, first of all, I wanted to stay, obviously, a gas station, but I think that if we went back in time when we saw what it used to be look like, maybe we can go back to when it was originally and give it that retro kind of look, whether it's used for a gas station or not. I don't think that that's going to affect the use of it. I mean, we keep hearing about, you know, preservation, and if we want other people to do it, we need to show by example. I mean, if that's what, you know, if there are other people who want to do something, then the town needs to be the first one to do it.
I mean, the town, actually, this is one of the most, potentially one of the most historic properties, just because of the sheer culmination of the founder of the town playing a significant role. And to be quite honest, I mean, It's been around for a long time. It's obviously tested the time here that it's been, I wouldn't say we make a lot of money off of it. I think that the issue is that, people use it. And, I gas, it's where I, use every day, to gas my cars. Residents use it, a lot of people use it. I mean, I can't imagine it not being used, but even if you did, the structure there is significant. And I agree with what Stephanie says, you have to put your money where your mouth is. We own a property that potentially is historic. I'm putting up to see what staff and council want to do.
I'd like a little more information. I know that this is the last survey that was finalized, 2006, but we've all seen a recent survey that I think the Historic Preservation Office is still working on, right? Have they not concluded that?
That, from my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, Ron, but that survey is only East Island.
Yeah.
They're not looking at the West Island or the Causeway Island. You see, so this totally escaped them because they never did any research. And when I spoke with Ms. Kaufman, there's an extensive amount of work that they need to do to be able to bring it to the level where they're going to recommend something. So, they're going to have to go into the archives, the microfiche, they're going to have to interview people. So, this is not like they're just going to rubber stamp it. But, if it is potentially historic, I think we should do our part and try to preserve it. And it's very hard, I think, to swallow that pill where we try to ask people to preserve their own homes, we're not willing to preserve the properties that we have that potentially meet and exceed the threshold that some even property owners may even have.
Okay, to finish, I'm definitely open to this. I would love to see some of the original photos. I was looking through some books and online, and I was having a hard time because it's my understanding that some modifications were made that have taken down maybe part of the facade that make it a little less part of, that period of time. So I'd like you to follow through with it. I'd like to look at it more, and I'd like to remind everybody, too, that looking into it now doesn't have to mean that nothing can be done. That's like, of all of the presentations I've been to at the county and here, that's the one thing that I keep hearing repeated by the Historic Preservation Office is inside renovations, are none of their concern. You could do just about anything that your jurisdiction allows you to do. And then there is exterior modifications, additions, more floors that can be added on. All you need is their approval, and there's a lot of space out there, so.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, so you have a lot more expertise on this. Do you suggest, I'm saying, but you suggest that we contact the historical...
Well, Jordan already has.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay.
what happens is if we approve it, then they do their work, and they're going to come back and say, we recommend it or we don't recommend it. So, but we need to put in the application. So if we say tonight, let's do it, we put in the application, they're going to go to work and do all the work for us. We don't have to do anything.
So, but at any time, can we pull the plug?
I don't know.
That's what I need to know. I need to know.
If we say yes, if you say yes, then...
The train has left the station.
That's
exactly it. But see, that's my point. We're not doing anything to it for the next 2 years. We're not touching it.
Nor are they requesting renovations to it.
Right. So we are under no pressure. I agree. Well, let's keep it what it is. However, the thing is, we have absolutely no reason to do this at this point. 2 years from now, we can negotiate a better lease and then ask for it being designated. All we're doing by asking for the designation now is completely eliminating any leverage we have in the lease.
One last thing I was going to say is just that we need to look at that Causeway Island holistically. We've talked about 3 or 4 different things, signs and everything. We almost need a master plan or a workshop just for that space. It's a significant size space.
I want to give them my 2 cents. I agree with Josh. There was times we could have designated things and had things designated, and no one up here wanted to do that. Now, all of a sudden, it's a gas station. Maybe we don't want a gas station on that property. At this point, like you say, this is not an owner of a property. Let's just wait a couple years and see what we're actually doing out there. And I think there was modifications to this gas station where maybe there won't be.
considered that they want to designate it anyway. But at this point, I don't see why we're in a rush to do it now. Can we bring her here, Kathleen Kaufman, and have her answer our questions?
I mean, I've spoken to her. It's obviously difficult for her to she couldn't make it tonight. I invited her. She couldn't make it. She had a prior engagement, but, you know, from my understanding, the way the staff works is we put in the application, they do the work and see if it is. But my understanding also, it's not just the architecture, it's the historical. You know, it's not just the fact of whether or not the facade changed, but potentially it has a real historical value to the history of our town. And to be honest, I wouldn't be comfortable with changing the use of it, because I know a lot of residents that use the gas station on a regular basis. You know, in fact, actually, even our own police department, we do a lot of our work on our cars and the gas up the cars at the police station. So we do a lot of business there. As far as negotiating contracts, I mean, I'm not in the gas station business, but I do know people who are in the gas station business, and to be honest, I don't really think that's going to make a difference. I mean, if you have a gas station, you bid it out, you know, and I have some ideas on potentially how to make it more competitive, because there's not many people in the business per se. But
What are you saying? Let me tell you, we leased that gas station at rates that are way below market rates.
I know that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ron. I mean, what do they pay, like $6,000 a month, including tax?
Oh, the leases.
It's
We were doing that for 5
5
years.
years. It's a
yeah,
5 year.
it's not.
Or 7 years.
I mean, it's a really, really low amount, and I know that there are some people, you and Stephanie used that gas station, but I think that gas station was, putting aside the historic preservation component that we're talking about here, you know, ever since that gas station was built, I think it was built prior to North Miami, the strip there being developed, and now there's a gas station, you know, near Bagel Bar. There's a gas station on 123rd and Biscayne Boulevard. You know, that property to be used as a gas station is not, in my opinion, the highest and best use for the community of Bay Harbor Islands.
Well,
and, you know, as far as the structure, you know, I don't know if there's anything to be gained by us initiating the designation process now.
Public relations.
I agree with Josh on that one.
Well,
I don't want to
as far as it being a gas station, I have to totally agree. First of all, there's lots of senior citizens and people who don't drive. I mean, even from...
Well, if they don't drive, then
they don't drive far. I mean, you know, but
it's going to be hard to get to any gas station.
They're not driving far. They feel very comfortable. I know, because I walk, I mean, they walk, you know, they're drivers and they feel comfortable in Bay Harbor, that nothing's going to happen to them. I mean, I have to tell you, if my daughter was going out and coming home at 10:30 at night, I don't want to go in by Bagel Bar. I want to go in by...
This isn't a debate of whether or not we need to get the best amount of dollars for Bay Harbor, and there's a better negotiation 2 years from now. That's all it is.
All right. We have public comment, Mrs. Newhut. Come on up.
Francis Newhut, 9920 West Broadview Drive. Before I even start anything, my uncle had a gas station, and it was in California, and he wanted to sell it, and the environmentalists would not let him because it was so expensive. It was so, that oil and gas and everything else underneath those grounds, we don't know what's there. It's going to make it impossible to remove it. But more importantly, I want to thank the mayor for opening Pandora's box. This is a beautiful gateway to our town, and I hope that the property continues that way. What I was disturbed about was when our town planner decided to remove the parking lot and the building there, because that could have been used for our recreational facilities that I hope will eventually come to something over there. The bridge we're working on so that pedestrians can safely walk over. We heard about the trees from these developers that they're taking down, can be planted there now. There's just good things happening. Also, we have beautiful waterfront there. You can have you want to make money, put a marina, put a fishing pier, and move over that the streets move them over a little bit so we have some land for our residents, because you took away our gateways and our parks. We have a planner, if he's, motivated, we can do something with that Causeway Island. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You were in favor of it? I'm sorry, I didn't, so, you were in favor, yes or no? I didn't, I'm sorry.
Am I in favor?
Yes.
I'm in favor of we've seen so much destruction, I'm in
So you're in
favor of
favor.
anything you don't knock down.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Miller. I have to admit, this is a first, so thank you. Truly, thank you. All right, so, now, I could just go home after that. So,
I second it.
no, we have a few more items, so,
I wrote, I'm talking.
for 24?
Yeah, on the Chevron station.
No.
I did, I filled it out.
I'm sorry, is there,
No, you must have put the wrong, she meant 24.
you want 24? Come on,
Yes.
come on. All right, so, sure. All right,
Handsome man.
all right.
Jordan, I'm going to make your night. I agree with you. First time ever. Because you know something, that's my gas station too. And he's like Gabriel is the mechanic, the head mechanic. He's a great guy. I want that gas station to stay there for the rest of its whatever, because you know what? I bet you somebody up on that council is waiting for a developer to go in there and build something. I just can smell it. So, because I did hear one council member saying it a couple of months ago, that would make a nice condo there. So, Jordan, this is one time I agree with you. And regarding the seniors also drive, okay? And there's a lot of people that go to work. These people also come and pick up, if you have a problem with your car, they come to your house. If you have a flat tire, they come, they help. It's a great, great gas station. Okay, so, thank you. Thank you, night, Jordan.
Thank you, you did.
Just a question.
Sure. Yeah.
Even if it were designated, it doesn't ensure that it would always remain a gas station, because all you're doing is preserving the structure, you're not preserving the gas station. You can
That's
turn
true.
it into any other use.
No, you're 100% right.
Renovations might have to go through the Historic
It
Preservation
would.
Board to do that. So it's not an issue of whether it's going to be a gas station,
Right,
it's an issue of whether it's going to be designated.
But that's not what's up for discussion on that, right?
But my thing is that, the way I look at it, I'd like for it to stay there, and it seems like we've discussed, so much about historic preservation, and unfortunately, the county neglected to look at the other half of the town, and this happens to be one property that is significant. And I mean, if you've heard, Morris Broad speak about it or anyone else, I mean, it has such a rich history. It's very difficult to entice people to want to preserve their properties when we're so unwilling to do the same with ours, when it's significantly higher than some of these buildings that potentially have been looked at. And that's all I'm saying, is that, it's hard to do one thing and then not do the other. So,
You speak as if there's a history of unwillingness on the part of the town. I mean, this is the first time we're talking about designating
No, it is.
structure. So it's not as if there's a history of unwillingness on the part of the town to engage in historic
So,
preservation.
I have a question. Do we know for sure that if we fill out this application, that's it, that's a binding decision?
I don't know if everyone in the room and Marlene read the email from Kathleen Kaufman.
I don't.
It starts the process.
They would have to look
Preservation
into
is
it.
looking forward to that possibility, that's all.
Just so you know,
Guarantee.
how it works, it would go to Kathleen Kaufman, she would
I can do that.
go to the board, the Historic Preservation Board. At that time, they would tell her to look into it and do a report to see if it was, if it was worth it, or if it was worthy of that. There's nothing that says the Historic Preservation Board might say, no, we don't think so. You never know. At that point, if they do a report, there's still, it has to be heard publicly. And
All right, he's called the question, but let me just add this, if we're going to call the question, let's just say that we can do it only if we can withdraw it if we want to, before the board approves. I think that kind of sets that.
I don't think we have the
I
ability to do
think you
that.
have the ability to
You
withdraw. I would like to know that.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. So
This
we
is
call the question.
ridiculous. I mean, we shouldn't be doing it unless
Call
we're
the
going to
question.
go with it.
All right, Marlene?
I agree with you.
Marlene?
Playing the board.
Okay. I'm gonna call, whoever's in favor say yes, whoever's against say against. Oh. Councilmember Fuller.
Against.
Councilmember Morano.
Against.
Councilmember Reed.
Until more information, against.
Councilmember Salvo.
Against.
Councilmember Yaffe.
Against.
Vice Mayor Bruder.
I need more information.
Mayor
Yes
Bruder.
or no?
Mayor Bruder.
Against. Yeah, I'll be for, so, all right.
Right, fails.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna come back with that. I'll find out. All right, number 25, Mr. Manager.
Item 25, discussion requested by Mayor Leonard regarding the possibility of adopting an ordinance encouraging architects to obtain LEED certification.
Yeah, this actually came up due to the League. The League of Cities from Miami-Dade County spent the better part of almost a year doing surveys with all 34 municipalities and came up with a sustainability report. I sit on the League's Environmental and Sustainability Committee, I have for years, and this study came up with ideas of things that other cities do. For example, Bay Harbor fared pretty well because we do deco bikes, we had the electrical vehicle EV station in the garage, so, you know, we did a lot of things that other cities didn't do. One of the things that a lot of municipalities have that we don't is some type of incentive for LEED certification. And 7 out of the 34 municipalities actually have some type of incentive. And I'd like to bring it to the council now to allow staff to potentially come up with some ideas on that.
I'll move it. I'll second it.
Second?
We can go forward.
All those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Okay, then. See? Good job. Good job, Dale. All right.
You know, I didn't, we weren't given any opportunity for discussion, but I did want to mention that I think in a town our size, it might be more appropriate to come back like as a resolution rather than an ordinance.
Let's see what they come back with.
Yeah, let's see what it comes back. Okay. Number 26.
Discussion requested by Councilmember Yaffe regarding concrete driveways in single-family districts.
You got it.
Okay, so there are a couple things. Our ordinance talks about the materials which are prohibited in the construction of driveways and all other parking areas, and it says plain concrete. And for some reason, the town has decided to interpret or give different meanings to the term plain concrete. And if plain concrete is broken up by pieces of grass or rocks or whatever it is, it's not considered to be plain concrete, then it's permissible. That's not to say that I don't like some of the driveways that have been installed in town over the last several years with plain concrete. So one thing I'd like to see us do is amend the ordinance to make it clear that if you have a plain concrete driveway that's got astroturf or grass or rocks or something other material dividing, and it's not one huge solid piece of concrete, that it's acceptable. So just to amend the ordinance. And the other issue, though, and more importantly, is we've always been very encouraged owners, and we have in our ordinances that, you know, you have to have a considerable amount of landscaping. And the trend with these concrete driveways is to have almost no landscaping and to go almost lot line to lot line, you know, with maybe 5 feet on the side and have no landscaping, no trees, no bushes. Planning and zoning approved a house on East Broadview Drive, which will have a basketball court and the rest of it is a concrete driveway. There is almost no room, although the basketball court will be surrounded by a hedge. Otherwise, there's almost no room for any landscaping at all. And I'm not just picking on that one house. If there's a house on 100th or 101st on West Broadview Drive, it's the same way. I know that house did not build according to plans, but again, every time one of these concrete driveways goes in, there's less green space and less trees and less landscaping. So I'm not against the concrete driveways, but I want to see us amend our ordinances to require that they're not quite as massive, number one, and number two, that they leave room for trees and hedges and bushes. You know, on the Stein house, on the driveway portion, the concrete goes right to the house. I mean, there is not even like 3 inches there to put in a piece of grass.
let me tell you, can I speak in the defense of the Stein House? I mean, I think Ron knows, the Stein House has a very unique problem. You know, there's an outfall line that's there, and he's tried to landscape year after year after year, and he has such an infestation of crabs that it's impossible for him to get anything green there. I mean, it's just so bad. I mean, I feel bad. That was Ed Tavlin's house, and there is nothing that he can do.
I think actually when Tavlin lived there, there was...
You know, this incredibly bad crab problem, and the holes are, you know, numerous, and they're prevalent everywhere, from the curb to the front door. There are crab holes everywhere. This is Mr. Stein's revenge against the crabs. I would have done the same.
I don't have a problem putting in a concrete driveway. I think, though, that from an ordinance standpoint, there has to be a provision in there that there is green space. Now, I mean, if he's got a problem there, and I'm not picking on Eric, I'm saying if...
JC knows about it.
No, that's fine. I'm saying that if you leave an area for green space, if it doesn't work because the crabs have infested or there's some other reason why green material will not grow, then, you know, you'll have to think up some other idea to deal with it, and maybe it'll be rock-sized, colored stones, or astroturf or something, you know, just to give it some color and not be 100% concrete.
Let me get public comment.
I support this 100%.
Yeah, let me get public comment.
I think P&C actually corrected that issue with the...
I'm sorry, but there's another, do you have this picture there? This is a new material that somebody's proposed that has never been used in a driveway. Yes, and you can see, as you can see from the pictures, it looks like you're parking on grass.
It's horrible.
Can I just say one other thing? If you look at the pictures that are in our package here, and it's not even just the concrete, because there's a couple of them here that are like brick paver driveways. I just think that we need to refine our ordinances to make sure that there's more room for landscaping and trees and shrubs, whatever, in the front of houses. That's all.
But I think the problem is that these homes with these driveways are ultra-modern, so when you go inside, there's like 2 chairs and a plate, and that's it, you know, so they're minimalist on the inside as well as on the outside. So
we have a 20% landscape requirement on multifamily. We don't have that in single families at all. I've talked to Mike and Scott about that, and perhaps we can bring you something. As far as the trees go, they are required to have a tree. Mr. Stein is going to have to figure out how to put 2 trees in the front yard, and some in the rear. So the tree requirement is there, but there is nothing on grass or landscape percent coverage or anything like that, so we can bring something back.
I'd like to, that's what I'm asking for, is we ask the town attorneys to bring us something back, working with the planner and...
Mrs. Newell, come on up.
Princess Newhunt, 9920 West Broadview Drive, and yes, I agree with you. Anyway, I live in a house, and when I built our brick driveway in the front, we had to put a French drain because of the flatness and the landscaping, although we do have a lot of trees and landscaping, if anyone saw our house, but yes. These houses do not have French drains. There's no landscaping whatsoever. And I have gone to planning and zoning, and I have gone to Mr. Miller. I've heard many times when like a person, one of the architects would say, well, you don't have the 10 feet. It was 7 feet. He said, that's okay. We'll figure it out. You know, it's just wink, wink. You can get away with it. So what we have in our community on the West Island now is a bunch of houses with bricks all over, you know, these big, tremendous concrete blocks. No trees, no grass, circular driveways became extinct, and they go right up to the concrete to concrete. There's nothing else. And I'm happy you mentioned that. We do have laws. I don't know why no one's following them. Maybe code enforcement should get out there, but thank you very much.
All right. Number 27, Mr. Mayor.
Has to come back this way.
Discussion requested by Councilmember Yaffe regarding town's regulation for portable storage unit, also known as pods.
Yeah, you know, I guess isn't a real major issue, but there's been one or two instances where, people have brought in pods and they've been there, it seems like for years. And, I think it should be a temporary storage structure, and if you're going to have long-term storage, there were storage facilities. I mean, you can even load the pod and they can move the pod, take the pod to the storage facility. I think there's got to be some reasonable limitation, and if there are extenuating circumstances, perhaps, administratively, the time period for the pods to be there can be extended.
I agree. I don't think that there's any reason to have pods out in front of the house. I mean, unless it's something like a one-day thing that you're emptying your apartment because they're coming in to do a flooring or something and maybe, going in, but, to have it for 14 days and 30 days or 2 months, I mean, it's uncalled for.
I mean, what would you like to do? Would you like to limit?
I just think that we need some reasonable limitation. Because I think with one of the houses, Marlene told me, correct me if I'm wrong, that, as long as they had a building permit open or something, they could keep that.
They were doing interior renovations, they had a building permit, and they were putting all their furniture, I believe it was, in the pot, and which was in their driveway. That one happened to stay there for quite a few months.
I think it was...
Well, maybe...
Well over a year.
Maybe a year.
We need to get a storage unit.
I just think there's...
It's very much like a trailer, like a construction trailer, Well,
Well, but if you're gonna, there are some single-family homes now that empty lots where they have a pod or a trailer or something, but, it's a lot that's been demolished and they're building a new structure. They're not storing the entire contents of their house in the driveway.
I mean, this is where we have to live here, and we have to look at what's going on in these streets. And I mean, this is where the construction trailers, the storage units, the coming out to the swales, I mean, this is our home, and this is what we have to live with now, and it's a shame.
Regular people who are not building buildings have pods. I've used a pod before, and I've never...
yeah, but not for...
No, I've never had it more than 3 days.
Right, that's fine.
This makes a lot of sense. What I'm saying is this makes a lot of sense to limit it. Why don't we bring it back for first reading? How about 30 days? Is that okay? You'd be hard pressed to...
Well, what are they used for?
Storage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's storage, but I mean,
Well, the example used before is one that's used. Let's just say you were redoing the flooring in your house.
Right.
Rather than having it shipped out somewhere else, you just put it, you put it in a thing right outside your house, so you don't have to transport it further away. They just bring the pod, you put the furniture in there, they redo the floor for the week, and then you put your furniture right back in.
But that's not the purpose of the pod. The purpose of the pod is to actually take it to an off-site location and then...
No, it's both things. If people load them in, if you buy it, or you get the one where you load for it to be transported somewhere else, we don't have a problem with that, because that loads within a day or two.
Yeah.
That's also when people, let's say they're moving their house, and let's say there's a time period between when they're getting one house to the other, or they're going into apartment, whatever, that's one thing. But when people are doing some kind of thing where they're trying to just store it in front of their house for long term, that's a problem. Right?
I think sometimes we want to renovate, and they want to leave the things there. So, I've seen, the length of the renovation. I've known that to happen.
That could be months and months.
That's what we're trying to limit.
So let's read something.
In other words, if you're going to move it, if you need to move it for a week or 2 weeks to put it outside while your floors are being redone, I can understand that. If you're going to be doing major work, you know what? Pay for a rental somewhere else.
That's right, storage unit.
All right, what's that reasonable time? I was going to say, in the code, it really is pretty restrictive. The only part that gets a little more free is in the non-residential district in excess of 60 days in any calendar year, you can't have a storage unit. If you take that out and just read the beginning, you can't have any site for more than 14 consecutive days. They shall not be placed in any open site in an excess of 28 days in a calendar year. So in other words, you can't have a pod there more than 28 days if you broke it up. You shall not have it in any site in a non-residential district in an excess of 30 days. If we just stay to that, I think we would be pretty good.
It's the next paragraph that's the problem, the one that says the chief building official. So can we maybe just take off that last section about the chief building official? That way we have an actual standard.
We'll just tighten it up. I mean, it came up now. you know, we drive around, we don't see that many of them, but I think there's a few maybe that...
I can see 30 days. I can see 30 days, because, I mean, the way, I understand what you're saying, but the reason I would say is, let's just say, for example, I'm just pulling something, I don't know if this, let's say somebody had something where they had to, you know, for whatever reason, there was something wrong structurally or whatever else, and they had to get something fixed in their house.
Yeah.
They had to do some major work. The problem is, if you're going to go to a rental place, there's no such thing as a 1 month rental.
Right, you can't do it.
So, but if you need to pull all your furniture, you pull your other stuff out of the house for a month while they're doing the repair, I can understand that. Beyond that, you have to get a rental, but sometimes things take more than a week or 2 weeks. We want inspections, we want things done properly if something's
So
getting
tell me
done.
what happens. Okay, so across the street from you, they put a pod there for a month,
That's all they get. That's all they get.
and then what happens if they don't move it?
They
Code
start getting
enforcement
cited.
comes out and penalizes them?
They start getting cited.
And then, okay, so then it's just, so you're looking at it maybe 2 months, you know?
They won't
You're
get
looking at it,
pay
you
the
know
town,
what I'm
that's
saying? But,
no
I mean,
different than the other.
you know, it's hard to do that.
go there and remove them, so.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
They couldn't do it if you only limited it to 2 days, it's the same problem. You can't,
Maybe
what are you
if
gonna do?
someone's rich, what do they care?
Well,
The same thing.
you don't want to leave it there and have, $50 a day or $100 a day fund.
Yeah, all right, so should we just take off this section? Or should
But
we-
the issue is that they use them at the construction site. I think that you just, maybe we need to look at it closely, Dale and us, and come back. Because, yeah, maybe it's just that as long as the construction fence is up, that we can remain, if it's shielded, something, we can come up with
If
something.
you have a construction fence and it's a construction site,
Right.
so that's what it should say.
Right.
There's a distinction.
Right.
All right,
So maybe we can come up with something.
I think you should leave the part in about the building official making sure there's no adverse impact on the surrounding areas. I wouldn't take that out.
Right.
Well, that's what allows it, that's what enables it to stay there.
Stay there.
Months and months
But,
and months.
but only part of that. I mean, overall, he's supposed to make sure
Right.
that it's not interfering.
We'll come up with something.
I have a problem with all this, everything is at the discretion of, and I have a problem with that. I mean, there's always this out in everything, and like it was said with Mr. Miller the other night, I was watching the P&Z, and I don't want to say what I couldn't hear it on the TV, and I'm not sure if he said at the discretion of the town. I mean, there always seems to be an out. You know, a rule should be a rule.
Well, that's because we can't possibly legislate every single thing that happens. There's always something different that we did not
Well, it's like-
provide for in the ordinance.
It was supposed to be 7.5 feet, and even P&Z said, well, wait a minute, you know, this is 7.5 feet, and it's supposed to be 10. And I'm not sure, what did you answer, Mr.
There's
Miller?
quite a few things that are at the discretion of the planning and zoning board, and that's probably what he said at the time, because there's quite a few things that are
His discretion.
designed.
We still have,
This is where I have
Go back
a
to
problem with
22.
it.
we still have
This too
22.
is at the discretion of the building official.
Right.
23.
Let's go back to 22.
22?
Okay,
Item
22.
22, discussion requested by the manager regarding the possibility of amending the town code for consistency requiring submittal of final working plans for approval projects within 12 months and allowing a one-time extension of a 6-month extension to submit final construction plans for permitting process. If you read this, it's extremely confusing. It's confusing to me, but just so as you know, PUD and Gateway are kind of come together. As it reads now, after the council approves a PUD project, they have 6 months to start construction. That's an amazing feat in itself, that could ever happen.
1 a year.
No, in the Gateway, you have 12 months to submit plans, but then you better get a shovel in the ground within 6 months. That is tough, it's a tough road to hoe, because when you submit your plans, it can take way more than 6 months to come just out of Durham and the fire department.
Well, I mean, we have a couple minutes. Can we agree to put this for first reading? Because that's all it is, just to put it on first reading. I mean, you're going to get to speak, that's why I'm trying to get this done. Can we agree?
Well, let's put this off until next time.
Just-
It's a little too confusing.
Okay, I'm just gonna go just quickly, because everybody else, just normal projects, you have 6 months to submit plans with a 6-month extension that I can give. So basically, you have to submit your plans within 1 year. Most people know to submit plans within 1 year is kind of difficult when you're trying to go through the a lot of the process is outside of our control, the fire department in Durham. So getting the 1 year into the building department for review and a 12-month schedule is really not realistic, in my opinion, and we see it all the time. So making it consistent, you have a year to get it in to plans and one extension. If you don't do it, you lose your plans and you start all over again.
All right, I'm gonna...
So this was on final plans, it said.
Final plans to go into the building
plans.
department.
Final working plans. The preliminary plans go to planning and zoning.
So in other words, it's not a first plan, and then this is the final plan?
Preliminary plans is, it's called when you submit to planning and zoning, which is just a conceptual plan. Then they have to go back and work on
Is that within
construction.
is that within the year?
No, that goes to P&Z. After that approves, they approve that, then you come back with the building plans, which is the final working
Put a
plan.
shovel in the ground and show your
No,
and that's get your plans, and then you have to start within 6 months?
No, you have to have your permit before you start working, and that's impossible in 6 months.
It is.
The clock starts ticking after you've gone to P&Z.
Right.
To get your plans in. So you need, and it's very difficult to do it in 12 months because the fire department and Durham are the wild card. It could take you 3 months, it could take you 6 months.
So
It all depends.
what are you asking?
I'm asking for 1 year to get your plans in. If you can't, I can grant one extension of 6 months, which is normal. An 18-month window to submit final plans is normal.
Right, this way people won't come to us crying, oh, you know, I have 3 days for my building.
Now, if you don't get it in,
my building permit expires.
you start over.
Basically, from P&Z to actually getting your final is 18, basically.
To get your plans in, the longest it could take
The
is
longest
18
you
months.
go with the extension is 18 months, and if not, you snooze or
Except if
lose.
you're Bay Harbor, and then you can have 5 years.
All right, Mr.
Like Governor Scott.
Just to clarify, Ron, right, what do you have now?
You got
6 months.
This ain't gonna get done.
Hotspots.
Yeah, it's
Can you wait
very
your time?
confusing. Right now,
You got
it's-
5 minutes
Go
to
ahead.
get this done, so. Sorry, it's your time, so, if it gets killed, we have 7 minutes and then...
Well, this is going to be continued tomorrow, too?
No, this is it.
Well, my name is Louis Saprowski, attorney at law. I'm at 2450 Miami Gardens Drive, Miami, Florida. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff. I sort of want to discuss this item because I feel like it arose at least in part from the dilemma that one of my clients is facing.
Are you at liberty to say who you're
Yes,
representing?
absolutely. At 104592 BH LLC. It's the company that owns the double lot that's between the recently completed Club of Bell Harbor to the east and the Berkshire House to the west. The double lot, it was approved for 38 units. And the building plans were due, I believe it was June 21. I think they were submitted mid-February, and we got an email from Ines Martinez at the time saying, oh, the plans are a little bit late. Please, why don't you ask Mr. Watson to give you a after-the-fact extension? So, of course, we wrote Mr. Watson a letter. Could you give us an after-the-fact extension? And a few days later, he called me back and said, Lou, I don't really have that authority. Why don't you put it up for a council item, agenda item? So, which we attempted to do in the next available agenda was in April. We attempted to get on. We had a conflict. We miscommunicated in May. We thought we'd get on in June. We were on the June agenda. I think it would be June the 8th. On June the 2nd, I got a phone call from Ron and Marlene Moranti telling me that, well, on advice of legal counsel of the town really doesn't have the authority to consider your application for an extension of time to submit your plans late. Well, you can imagine how my client felt at the time. $2 million about in, 18 months, now 2 years of my life, and she's sorry you're late, there's nothing we can do. Sorry. So, the next thing I did was write a letter to Mr. Watson and Marlene. I'd like a written opinion, setting forth the town, why does the town lack the legal authority to honor our request? If I might continue for a second.
No, actually, Mrs. Newhunt, We're going to move on because you have 5 minutes, and then that's it. The meeting
I have a
ends.
chance to make my statement.
Can we make a motion for the meeting, like another 15 minutes or something?
I've got advice from legal counsel that we don't have that ability, unfortunately. And
So
I'm gonna-
basically, can I just ask you one question, and then, what is it that you want?
Mr.
Just
Newell,
get
come
to
on.
the...
Well, what I want is, I'm in a position now where my client is sort of in limbo. He's got all that money spent, 2 years of his life, $60,000 on a TDR contract, and
What is it that you need
well,
that...
what we need is a mechanism to go forward, because basically we need some just basic due process. We're out property, we need to have a method, and now there's a method before you too, in which we support, because there has to be a mechanism for us to go before the council, get relief for a problem. Not a guaranteed result, but at least a guaranteed method to bring up problems to somebody. Due process requires that. But in terms of and I support the proposal before you, but it must be retroactive.
I understand.
You have to have retroactive
Please come up.
application.
Excuse me, Mayor, we asked for an opinion, Stan Price gave an opinion that we could not, as staff, extend the time, and he also said the town council didn't have anything in the code that would give them a mechanism to extend their time in this particular case. Yes, they could go back to P&Z, but they could not build 38 units anymore because now we have a density cap.
Right.
That's the issue.
That's right.
Right, well, that's you. All right. Mrs. Newell, come on up.
Francis Newhunt, 1060 King Concourse. Before I start, I just want you to know that this particular agenda item mentions Section 2321J, which is the Gateway Zoning District, and Section 2321, the PUD Overlay Zoning District, which is 2318F. And I must tell you that it has been coming to P&Z, some of these gateways, and as you know, the town council is supposed to be approving this, not the planning and zoning. I also want to state here that the town council shall be prohibited from approving an application that would increase the intensity, density, or height of development above which is allowed by adopted comprehensive plan. These plans are coming in with allowing them off-street parking. Where are they going to park? 99 hotel rooms, 96 hotel rooms. You know, we had a moratorium for over 2 years with these gateways, and now you are putting such intensity onto these projects. It's absurd. But to getting back to this extensions, of the 36 demolition permits issued from January 1st, 2014 to March 24, 2015, as of 4/13/2015, only 3 demolition permits have been coinciding with the building departments issuing of building permits. Why did the Miami-Dade Property Appraiser's Office report that Bay Harbor Island's construction revenue is at a loss for $5 million? We are not coinciding our demolition permits. These people can sit for another year now, another 18, and not only that, it's screwing up our TDR program. When are we going to get the money? We are like, I forgot his name. Mr. Meyer said that we are having an increase in our budget on our taxes. How can we have that when we have a TDR program? These people are stopping us and increasing our taxes. So extending another year is just going to punish the town even more, and it's a very negative thing to do.
Council, do you want to move this to first?
Can I just say,
You got seconds here, so it's either now or never, because we're going to adjourn in about 30 seconds. So.
Yeah, let's put it on first reading.
Very good, thank you. And for the record, I'd like to put on the agenda for the next meeting that the council will have a mechanism for extending the meeting.
Yeah, I thought we had that.
But we don't.
Have no mechanism for extending the meeting.
A motion to adjourn, please. Second, all those in favor, aye. 11 o'clock, good night. All right.